victory, although it was about 26 points. Mooroolbark got over the line for probably 95% of that game. It was sort of neck and neck, and they only broke away at the end. So I think it's going to be really close. I'm really looking forward to see how Mitcham go today after 6 out of the last 7 and really improved.
Yeah, absolutely. And you speak about the heat. It is only 15 degrees today, but of course, in comparison for the last month, it's an absolute scorcher. But it is soccer to M&D round, so we'll all be sporting our Fight M&D beanies, and hopefully all clubs across the league are doing so. I know the netball last night, there was plenty of blue and white and so on going on. So we look forward to supporting that cause. And yeah, Josh and Jared will be sweating it up over there on the outer side of Heights Reserve. We have got, of course, Neil Winston due to join us in just under 10 minutes, and then Brett Lavars later on. They've got a few presentations at around half-time in the reserve, so he'll be with us later on. So let's jump into Premier Division. And, of course, now, Ryan, I don't know if you've listened to the weekend forecast, but Josh, breaking news. Yesterday that Surrey Park.
Ward.
Yeah,
Scoop
Ward got us.
Ward.
Have you got any more scoops for us today, Josh?
Unfortunately, no.
Scoops Ward straight into the studio.
With big news.
I've got big news. I'll hold on to it.
Unfortunately, it wasn't big news.
No, it wasn't news. His news was that Surrey Park thought they'd improve. So in massive news, coach says PR line. But we did talk about a lot of football yesterday, Josh. But there's still so many good games, and we'll go into Premier Division. And I guess Southcore and Noel Park, we touched on it slightly, but a big day at Cheong Park. I saw all over their socials. They've been setting up as much as they can, but they've got a big task ahead of them because Noel Park are a very, very impressive unit and pretty much have all bases covered, especially now with Jack Beach.
Pretty much every ground really well so far this season. And yeah, it'll be good to have footy back, well, particularly for the South Korean faithful out at Cheong Park. But yeah, it's a massive test first up for them.
Yeah, it is a big test for the Dogs. So I don't think we've had a proper chance to really understand if they are a good side, if they're a contender or not. Their wins so far have been mainly against the bottom 6. They did beat Vermont the week before the bye, so that's probably a bit of a confident booster. But so far they've lost to Rowville and lost to Doncaster East, quite comfortably.
Yeah, right. So South Korean have played Doncaster, they've played Park Orchards, they've played North Ringwood, and they've played Berwick as well. So yeah, you're right in terms of their Vermont. So their wins have sort of come against
the sides you expect.
The sides you expect them to be, as you mentioned, losses to Rowville and Doncaster East. And obviously the win against Blackburn as well.
Yeah.
So in terms of last week, Noble Park, they had 50 more disposals than Baldwin. They basically won every stat. The only stats that Baldwin won were effective handballs, which is obviously, I don't know if that's the key performance indicator that they want to win. And I think the pressure and just also the midfield depth that Noble hold, Josh, just means that they're going to be a hard side to beat on any given day. Doesn't matter the ground, and you've just maybe got to have dominant bookends or match them in that midfield.
But yeah, South Korean do have a bit of a talented midfield. Max King, he's having a remarkable season. He can definitely take it up to Jack Beach and Kieran Byers. And he's got Braden Kilpatrick lying at his feet, Daniel King. They've got plenty of talent in that midfield as well. So I reckon they can. But yeah, that midfield depth of Noble Park, it is hurt because Jackson Sketcher, according to the team sheet, isn't playing. So that's a bit of a loss.
He's been ruled out. Spider's a man who does have scoops. He had that scoop for us.
But I don't think that really bothers them too much. That they have enough depth that they can cover. I mean, Sketcher and Martin have both missed games at times this season.
I think that last week was their first game back together for almost a month. So you're right. It's not going to bother them as much as it maybe used to.
And then again on both ends of the ground, we've always talked about how good of a defensive side they are, especially last year. They don't give up good score. They don't give up big scores. Again, they kept Baldwin to 7 goals, and most importantly, kept them to 2 in that first half where the game was won. So that end they're fine, and then up forward without a key forward, they're still able to put some pretty big scores on the park. So everything's travelling well for them, and they're sort of similar. I think you've said similar to Baldwin that while they're out there, it's hard not to tip him, and that's how I feel about Noble Park to go into a game and tip against them with the form that they're in.
I keep saying that about Baldwin. They keep letting me down. But, it's going to be an interesting clash because South Korea are the kind of side, though, that they do have scoring power. But, just looking at the lineups, that back 6 named for South Korea is hard stuff, Schnick, Marshall, Klepp, Birch and Burt. So it's not, no Dale Walker, no. Max Warren, obviously, from last year. There's a few names that are just missing that I think it'll be the bottom 6 that might decide this game for Noble Park. But the winner will go clear second at a bare minimum, and should Roeville slip up against Berwick, they may, especially if it's Noble Park with their very good percentage, may slot into first spot, which I think, to be honest, a lot of us thought Noble Park would be around. So it's the ladder's sort of starting to shape up how we thought it would. The only real probably outlier is how good Roeville have been, and probably how disappointing Norwood have been. But there's still plenty of football to go in that one. And then the other big game is Doncaster East and Balwyn. Out at Zerby's reserve, Josh, it's a big chance for Donny East to get another big scalp and move clear in the top four.
Yeah, and I'm going to keep repeating everything I said on the weekend forecast. I think this is the time for them to strike and get that victory over Balwyn. You know, they haven't. They've gone down to Roeville and Vermont earlier in the year, and Vermont, they would have looked at that game and seen a potential scalp there as well, given, it was first round, but they hadn't had too much. It lost a bit, and Doncaster East had improved. But yeah, this is their chance to pick up that big scalp. Vincent Zagari is a handy inclusion for the top for Balwyn, and there's still plenty of talent.
Schreiber back in as well.
Yeah, that's a very handy inclusion, having those two with VFL experience. But yeah, it's going to be a test for Doncaster East. Both, they'll definitely look to bounce back after disappointing losses in the previous match.
It's going to be an interesting matchup too in terms of sides. They both like to score, and they've both got small forwards who can bowl up with goals. Obviously, Charlie Haley, but at the other end of the ground, Daniel Scalia has been a live wire for Doncaster East, right?
Yeah, he has. And look, and you talk about then Simon White as well, sort of plays a similar role as the sort of the main defensive player there that, has a really good structure down back, and the way they've moved the ball this year has been really impressive. So obviously last week or the week before the bye would have been, I think their lowest score for the season by far. So I don't think you take that too much into account. I think it might be just a bit of an outlier. The way they've played this year has been, overall pretty impressive, and they may get balling at a good time. The clubs that probably not at their haven't clicked in quite to the gear that we thought they will, which I'm assuming they will during the back end of the year. So it's a good time having. It's a good time just to be able to test yourself against the best sort of clubs. This is what they need. They looked at that, probably the Vermont game at the start of the year is the big one to see where they're at. They played well, didn't get the points. Again, they're sort of looking for these games against a Balwyn or a Noble Park and see how they test themselves.
It'd be a massive one. Obviously, they have beaten Noble Park and South Croydon.
Yeah.
And had Roeville right where they wanted them until the last quarter. Interestingly, the top 5 teams have all scored over 700 points in Premier Division, which shows their strength going forward. And the Balwyn are the highest scoring side. Obviously, a bit of an outlier with that 200 point total against North Ringwood. Defensively, though, it's Balwyn defensively are the strongest side again, which is interesting, and South Croydon the weakest. But there's a fair drop off to Vermont, who are in 6th but with an average of about 70 points a game, and then they've actually got a percentage under 100, which would be the first time in a long time Vermont have had a percentage under 100 after 8 games. They play Blackburn today, Josh. We've obviously spoken about the actual game itself, so we don't on the weekend forecast, so people can go and listen to that on Apple and Spotify. But in terms of the context, they're probably going to drop away from a bulk of sides today. They'll definitely be behind. They'll be a game behind bare minimum 4 sides. And it'll be either Doncaster East and Balwyn with them on 20 points should they lose. And it's a big game, but we usually expect Vermont to step up in these encounters.
Yeah, but, this isn't like the Vermont of the last couple of years. Yeah, they've got plenty of talent. Their midfield is still freakishly talented with the likes of Lockie Johns, Alex Greenwood, and Matt Arnott, despite their losses, particularly of Liam Wild Buxton in the past off-season. And they've got really a strong defensive line, and their forward line isn't the greatest. But Blackburn always step up for these types of games too. They don't, from what I've heard.
This is their biggest game of the year outside of the final. Should they play them?
Yeah, and I think they'll definitely want to step up. They'll take a bit of confidence as well. They picked up a win, against the side a couple of weeks ago on their home deck, mind you. In Norwood, and they'll take a bit of confidence out of that. But yeah, it's definitely a very interesting clash. Again,
well, you speak about that win over Norwood. Now, on paper, it looks like just 2 middle of the road sides playing each other. But you're right in terms of if Norwood had won that one, they would go into today's game against North Ringwood thinking we'll be in the top 6 by the end of the round because they're going to boost their percentage again. You would expect, but Blackburn did really, really well. They won the disposal count massively in that game. The only real area that Norwood belted them in was the clearances, as you mentioned, Josh. I think it was yesterday or Jared. But it was 60 to 33. Norwood got the clearances in that game, but Blackburn have ended up running out 25-point winners. So they clearly won the game. Outside of that, basically Norwood might have been able to clear it, but other than that, it was all Blackburn. So clearly they're working on a system that isn't reliant on midfield, which is probably not a bad thing, Ryan, given Vermont's strength area remains their on-ball crew of Johns, Greenwood, Arnott that Josh mentioned.
Well, yeah, that's what I was just about to say. It could be a similar thing with, guys like Johns who can also hit the scoreboard, going forward from the midfield. So it's a big task for them, and I think you can pretty much safely say if they lose this today against Vermont, you can rule them out because that would be 2.5 games that they'll be outside the 6. They've got Park Orchards, Norwood breathing down their neck as well.
They won't necessarily move in terms of... They'll still remain 6 points out of the 6 because Doncaster, East and Baldwin play each other, unless there's a tie. But in terms of percentage, though, a loss to Vermont, their percentage would drop close to 80. So they're basically 2.5 games out because even if you're tied on points with a side, your percentage they'll have to belt North Ringwood and Co when they do get them. And you don't see that Blackburn side putting on a performance like Baldwin did. Norwood and Park Orchards have better percentages. So especially if Norwood, they play North Ringwood today, Park Orchards play Doncaster, which a fortnight ago I would have thought was a percentage boosting chance. But after Doncaster's performance against Roval, it's honestly a hard game to tip, isn't it? You could easily make a case that, Doncaster's gritty, contested ball defence first game might be enough to stifle Park Orchards.
Yeah, but it's not like the weather it was a couple of weeks ago as well out at Seabeck Oval, and they played out of their skins against Roval, and I think they would have.
Park Orchards still going favourites.
They still definitely
have to,
definitely, and I think they'll enjoy these conditions down the Shram's Reserve. They'll, it is a big ground out, big ground
big
out,
and wide,
and but I don't think they will mind that one as well. So yeah, this is a massive opportunity for Park Orchards.
Well, and them and Norwood. So if them and Norwood can do the job, or even Doncaster, but Doncaster's percentage is woeful at 65. So if Norwood and Park Orchards can get victories today, Ryan, they will close the gap on at least one of Doncaster, East and Baldwin. And should Blackburn do them a favour, they'll actually close the gap on Vermont as well. And it'll bring them back into the finals race, which is incredible considering a fortnight ago we pretty much locked away the top 6.
It does, but I still think the key one's the Blackburn-Vermont game because either Doncaster, East or Baldwin, if one of them one of them will lose today. I still think confidently percentage is good. They're playing too good of a footy to not make it. So I think Vermont is definitely the one side that can drop out.
But it's one of those. This is one of those games where Vermont will win it. There's no way that they'll let this slip.
They won't belt them. It'll just be one of those tight games that they've just got still enough experience. Just the culture at the club is just unreal that they just continue to win, and I think that will be sort of a similar case today.
And obviously it's at home, but also even if they played at Moorton Park, the size of the ground lends itself to just 5 or 6 players winning you the game of footy, which is all Vermont need at the moment with Lockie Johns and co. But yeah, it's an interesting Premier Division round, but the interesting footy doesn't stop there. It's Division 1. Obviously we're at Mooroolbark Mitcham, and we'll talk about that game in depth, of course, across the afternoon. But there's plenty of big games, Josh and Ryan. Obviously, East Ringwood host Montrose. We suspect East Ringwood will win that comfortably and keep pace with Mooroolbark. And then you've got Wantirna South and Beaconsfield and Lilydale and Croydon. So, interestingly enough, Beaconsfield are 5th at the moment. The percentage in this division is excruciatingly close. So, outside of the top 3, and we'll ask both Neil and Brett, definitely Brett, about this division because you've got Mooroolbark obviously undefeated and have played the extra game. East Ringwood only the one loss. They've both got percentages in the 180s. Mitcham now clear third, not only by a game over Croydon, but also their percentage is 135 compared to the next best percentage is Beaconsfield on 98, or Lilydale, 98.9 and Beaconsfield 98.8. It's incredible in that regard. And then what you've got today is you've got Bayswater will play up a gully and no doubt push their percentage into the 90s, and then Wantirna South host Beaconsfield, a team they knocked off in round 1. If they can get that win, there's every chance those two could be in the 5 by the end of today if results go their way.
It's remarkable how even this division is not at the top, but in the middle is.
Well, it is even at the top. It's just that they're daylights away from everyone else.
But it's this is definitely going to shape the ladder this round. I reckon those 2 games,
especially if Lilydale are able to knock off Croydon, who are having a bit of a poor patch of form, and Lilydale have proved themselves to be in most games this season.
And they'll be buoyed by the news that Luke McCormack's committed to go around next year as well, which is big for what they're building. But yeah, I think I would go in and I would put my money on Lilydale and Beaconsfield winning today.
Yep.
I wouldn't be surprised if it goes the other way. But it's just a vibe I've got that, they're two sides that have got a bit more. They went into the break, Ryan, with a bit more confidence, didn't they?
They had the momentum. And
albeit Lilydale lost to Beaconsfield, but they had more confidence from their two preceding wins.
And that was a game that I think they only lost by a couple of goals or something.
They
were in front. So they've just probably the only thing that's, struggled them this year is finishing off those games. They've had, quite a few losses, a couple to inaccuracy during the start of the season. So, all it takes is one or two of those games and they're sitting in the top 5 right now. So they're every chance and on form. It's hard not to tip them against Croydon. So, I'm doing the same there.
We don't know what's going on with Croydon. They're not playing. They've played the first part of the year. They sort of played good quarters and good halves and then locked it down. And obviously they just haven't been playing those good quarters and good halves, Josh. But yeah, looking at it now, a bit of a question without notice, gents, but who of those 6 sides from 4 to 9 would you put money on making the 5? I think it's Beaconsfield and someone else, to be honest, because I just think Beaconsfield have got the most room to improve as they acclimatise to the competition and put together 4-quarter performances. And then out of that, you still think Monty South are the best list. And then, like you said, Lilydale have got buoyant and confidence. And then Montrose have got Gary Ayres and Bayswater have got a great midfield. So it's, the only side I'm not talking about is Croydon, who at the start of the year we locked away in 3rd.
Well, Josh, it's hard to lock in it's hard to predict a 5 here. I had a couple of weeks ago, I thought it would be Croydon and Montrose as the 4th and 5th, but Montrose have just, I don't think I have enough trust to on a weekly basis.
No,
I'm
off the bandwagon too.
So I mean, I think they're good enough to make it, but they're too unpredictable. Wanturna South are a similar sort of side. I think they their best footy that we saw in the first 3 weeks was really good, and against side against Mitcham that they lost by the last kick of the day, and that's a game you look now a massive turn of the season. So it's hard. I still think they're a chance, but I can't tell. I think Croydon will still finish in there.
Yep.
And Beaconsfield, I haven't been able to watch them yet, but I think just on the way, if you want to go off form and who's played well each week, I'd put Beaconsfield as that 5th side.
All right, so you've got Croydon and Beaconsfield. I've got Beaconsfield and someone.
I've got Beaconsfield in there as well, because I just think they're starting to find their feet, and Matt, you said a couple of weeks ago that they would eventually towards the second half of the season.
I just think that for the last probably 6 years, other than games against Berwick and Cranbourne and Narre Warren, they've only had to put together 2 quarters. And even their last year in the Outer East, yes, they were undefeated and had great percentage. But if you looked at the results, at quarter time occasionally, they'd be up they'd be down 4 goals to nothing and then win by 100 points. Or they'd be up 80-2 at quarter time and then you just put the cue in the rack. So they still it's ingrained in them naturally that you only have to play 3 quarters. And Mick Fogarty addressed that when we saw them. So I think it'll turn after this bye for them.
Yeah, and I think it has shown that it has.
We're going to have to nail their colours from us because he went Croydon and Beaconsfield, so we're going to have to go.
I'm going to go Lilydale.
Beaconsfield and Lilydale.
Yeah.
All right, I'll go Beaconsfield and. No, I can't back them. Oh, let's go Beaconsfield and Monty South. They'll get on a roll.
Yep.
They'll get on a roll. The Devils, and it'll start today. But interesting, 2 games, those tips. Lilydale, Croydon.
Lilydale.
I tip Lilydale.
Yeah, same. And even though, actually, I can't tip Monty South in the 5 because I've got Beaconsfield winning. I'll go Beaconsfield and Lilydale with Josh.
Yep.
Beaky.
Yeah, Beaky.
Well, we've been done by them before. All right, we're going to go to our first break here on the Eastland EFNL Match of the Day warm-up. On the other side of this, we'll talk more about other games in the competition and we'll chat to Mooroolbark coach Brett Lavers.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to Heights Reserve in Mooroolbark. It's a beautiful day for football and we're going to bring you all the action from Mooroolbark and Mitcham 1v3 in Division 1 thanks to Eastland, and of course it's socket to MND round, so chuck on your beanies. I know it's not exactly beanie weather, but we'll push on for Neil as we help fight the beast. Someone's getting their head taken off in the reserves here, but we'll carry on with the pre-game. Ryan Long, Josh Ward joining me, Matthew Fodia here in the EFNL Media Van. Beautiful position here on centre wing on the high side. We've made the switch to the high side this year, and we'll jump into Division 2. Where the big game is probably the one we called in the pissing rain at the start of the year, Ryan, Ringwood and the Basin. We said on the podcast yesterday that, if the Basin won that game, their season may have been completely different because they win that one, they get some momentum, they probably win that tie against Baronia, and all of a sudden they are second, where we think they will end up. So this game's got a lot riding on it because Ringwood have brought back Jordanov, Declan Hill, Tim Jones, so a few other players, and the Basin hit some form before the break somewhat. So this could really be a deciding game, especially for the Basin.
It is, but look, even their form, before that's been quite, back and forth. I thought we were back on track after the win. The Basin back on track.
You
after
said it, mate. Your Baronia boys will be down your throat for that.
At all. So, but no, they were back on track after the East Burwood game, but then they lost that, that one to Templestowe, and then a comfortable.
As
win
much as they keep
Mulgrave.
talking about how they love playing on big grounds, they can't win away from the small one.
They haven't performed, on those bigger grounds, which is a big test today. Going to Ringwood to play them there, I just think their game is suited to the Batterham Oval, and a lot of sides struggle going there to play on that small ground like an East Burwood. So they've got that advantage there, and it's good when you can use it. But it is an important game because you lose this. Baronia and Mulgrave play today, so one of them would get a bit of a gap on the base, and it really leaves them only with the one spot to jump into.
Well, especially if Mulgrave win it. I think they'll sort of be hoping Baronia win it because if they can win and Baronia win, they'll be even with Baronia.
Yep.
They'll jump into the 5, but also that it keeps it it makes it a 3-way battle. Whereas if Mulgrave win, it's a 1v1 that puts too much pressure on that Baronia Basin game, doesn't it, Josh?
Yeah, it does, and I think it will be interesting. It will be definitely interesting, and I reckon this is a test of, if they do prefer playing on the bigger grounds, and I think they'll get up and about knowing that, if they win this, they're a chance to get into that top 5, which I don't think they have this year so far. But it's definitely a very interesting match, but Ringwood's ends are really handy ends.
And their defence is still Ringwood, so good. They're still the best defence in the comp, so their percentage is still really, really impressive. So it will be interesting to see how the Basin handle that, Josh, and whether they can get a spread and stretch them, because unfortunately for them, as I mentioned, Ringwood are probably back to full strength or thereabouts.
And we haven't seen Ringwood play a bad game all year. Their losses, we saw them against East Belgrade, could have gone either way in the end. If it was another 5 minutes, probably win it. The game against South Belgrade, obviously South Belgrade were probably the number one seed there, and they were in that for most of the game. So they don't have an off game really. So the Basin are going to have to bring it for 4 quarters, and they need the Hallow and G to really stand up in the middle.
Interestingly,
need Drake to
Nick
kick
Hallow was the runner for Mitcham's 19th.
He was?
Yeah, he's been doing it all year.
I didn't know that he did. It's not a one-off. He does that every
No,
week?
apparently he does it every week. I saw him running around. It's interesting. You wouldn't hope. You'd hope the Basin weren't playing Oakley District or something like that.
Can they get him over here, Mitcham? Next year
there's
with
a
Jackson Hallow there.
Maybe. Scoops Ward will find out.
Yeah, let's see.
We'll move on to the other games. So Boronia and Mulgrave, let's talk about it right now that we've got our resident Boronia man on the pod.
Yep.
The Boronia and the Basin, they tied early in the year, and they're now only differentiated by 16 percentage points, which probably comes down to Boronia's massive win over Heathmont that we saw. They take on a Mulgrave side who they beat in round 1 by about 10 goals, but since then Mulgrave have been a completely different unit. What's the vibe heading into this one? Because I think they've still got this underlying confidence, Boronia, but their performances, despite being really good against Heathmont and almost beating South Belgrave, they have lost games to Templestowe and then lost to East Belgrade quite handily. So they're another side that you can't, a bit like Montrose, but not quite the same. They're inconsistent.
Yeah, they are. They're probably a more advanced Montrose in Division 2. So, look, they're confident, but they understand this is a big danger game. And obviously they got over the line pretty comfortably against Mulgrave in week 1. But obviously that's a much different Mulgrave sign of the way they've grown in confidence. So it's a much different game. And I think when they're firing with the midfield that they've got, when you've got Mellis up and running, you've got Taylor Leggett who can play in the midfield, or you can push him forward and he can kick 4 or 5. You've got Ryan White. They're a real talented side that I think at their best is right up there into a top 3 side. But when they are off and they don't play their brand of footy, they can be really exposed down the other way, and that's what's happened a couple of times. And I think you've seen it. I think the East Burwood game, that was a big a big loss where they just their skill level wasn't there, and they just weren't able to play their style of footy. So at their best, they're a real contender, but when they're not, they're every chance to lose. So they've got to come out strong today and really make a statement, win, and sort of set themselves just a bit of momentum.
Absolutely. Just a quick one before we carry on with some Division 2 stuff. Brett Lavars or Lavers, I always get these names. I think he's just left the rooms now. I can see big Blakey, Tennant and Jared escorting him. Look at if you can. I don't know if Lee's got them. They're just over down there past those dogs. Look at the security guards there, Blake Tennant and Jared Beadland. For those watching on YouTube and Facebook, Brett will be all knackered out by the time he gets across here. He won't have any questions left to answer. Look, he's already got a headache walking and talking with Blake. He got the power out of head. Look at those two, soccer to MND. Before he gets over here, we'll talk about Heathmont and South Belgrave, Jared, because East Belgrade should beat Knox handily and Templestowe should beat Oakley District. Heathmont are half a game further back, Boronia in the Basin, and have just ticked their percentage over 100. Unfortunately for them, they play South Belgrave, the Basin, and Ringwood, and then Mulgrave. So they play number 1, number 6, who we all think are better than number 6, number 2, and then number 4 in the next month. So if they don't come away from this month with at least, you'd say maybe 2 wins, but bare minimum 1, they're absolutely out of it, and it's a big task today.
Yeah, it's a huge task, against opponent South Belgrave lineup. They've had such a terrific season so far this year. Have the Saints, and it's Heathmont. I'm still a bit iffy on Heathmont, to be honest.
They are getting players back, but I'm with you.
A little too late.
It's I think the emergence of Mulgrave and East Burwood, even though East Burwood hasn't been an emergence, but they came up. I don't think we were all expecting them to be so good. It's meant that Heathmont couldn't coast the finals, and maybe they've been found out as probably not having the greatest system, Ryan.
Yeah, and with their next 5, I mean, they could play competitive. They could be competitive in all 5 of them and still come away with a 1 and 4.
Yeah,
and
if they only win,
it doesn't help.
If they only beat a Mulgrave or the Basin, they'll be stuck on 20 points, and then it'd basically mean that they would have to beat Boronia and East Burwood and pump the other 3 sides. So they could probably do the other 3.
I just think they're too far behind.
It would give them. They would have such a small room for error, and but in the end, it's not. You can't even say that there's been games where they've slipped up because the Mulgrave loss has actually turned into one where they're just not as good as Mulgrave. So it's not even like they've tripped up against anyone. They have beaten Knox, they have beaten Tempe, and they have beaten Oakley.
They've been the sides that they've had to beat. It's just,
maybe they're just not as good as we thought.
With the injuries, the loss of players, and not having a full list in games against sides that are really competitive top of the ladder. You have to have a full strength side to beat them.
And now we are joined by illustrious company, Brett Lavars or Lavers? Lavers, there you go. I thought the A, I tried to go a bit fancy.
That's okay.
It's been a busy morning for you, mate. Thanks for joining us. You named the side. Will Fordham's in. It's big news, but obviously Aaron Mullett out, a few other guys, debutants. It's been all happening. What's your morning been like?
I've actually been at work.
Yeah, as well.
Albeit they're probably not a lot of work I've done.
Yeah.
It's been a challenging week as a coach, that's for sure. We've had 7 changes from Montrose, which were all forced, unfortunately, and then 3 within the last 24 hours, including Aaron, like you say. But I think with that provides opportunity for young kids to get up, to put their hand up and say, I want to play part of this side and play finals footy. So we're excited with, what we're putting out there today.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking of last week, obviously it was great on the field, a big win over Montrose, and the other 2 sides competed really well. But as a whole, outside of that, off-field, did the atmosphere and excitement live up to the expectations of Queen's birthday? I only know Park and Bolton have ever really played on that weekend, so was it a special occasion?
I think from our point of view, we found it as a privilege, to be given that opportunity to play and against a local rival in Montrose. And, the fact that Gary Ayres is coaching there, I had to cut 3 laps before I got a parking spot. It was a huge crowd. It was a great occasion for us, and we treated that a little bit like a final, what could be. And I thought on field we coped really, really well. We probably shouldn't have had that function on Sunday, but maybe that's where they all got the COVID. But it is what it is. It was bound to happen with people getting sick, and I'm sure Neil's not going to make excuses. He's got blokes out as well. So, we just look forward to the task at hand.
You're probably one club that can afford to have this sort of happen with the start that you've had, and to give some players some opportunities. I think Jet Hartman is at his debut today.
It is his debut.
Where does he play, and what do you expect from him?
So Jet's a young kid who's down in the Eastern Rangers program. He's been training with us for the best part of 3 months, and he's been developing and learning a hell of a lot from our key leaders. And today he comes in with an opportunity
Has
to
he
play
been in and out of Rangers?
No,
or is he bottom age?
He's bottom age. I don't believe he's playing a hell of a lot. He would like that opportunity, and I think this gives him an opportunity to press his case to say, look, if he does play well, I've played well against men, and then, Trav and Danny, can you give me an opportunity? But, the ball's in his court now. We think that he's up to the challenge at hand, and he'll play down back.
And Will Fordham coming in as well. He's had a remarkable VFL season with Frankston. Does that help with the loss of Aaron Mullett in the last 24 hours?
I think that definitely counteracts.
Good to get your hands on him finally as well.
It's been 3 years in the making. We just talked about that. He's great mates with Aaron from his days at North, and we've been trying to get it to happen, and for whatever reasons over the last few years, COVID, and then Will being injured, and then we thought it was happening. We spoke about it all week between the 3 of us, and then unfortunately Aaron pulls out this morning. But he's done the right thing by team. He's not right to play, and I think we're about team first, and that typifies what it is. And hopefully Will enjoys himself out here today. He's going to need a home at some point when he finishes VFL footy. So what better place to start than at the Mustangs, I say.
Yeah. What bit of a drift away. What's your read on Division 1? Because we were saying before that it's incredibly tight. There's sort of you guys in East Ringwood are clearly sort of stashing it out each week. You're probably looking over your shoulder to see how they've gone. Mitcham have emerged as the 3rd seed. And then the rest of it, you can throw a blanket over it. What's your read on it? Because every game you guys have played outside maybe the odd one, they've been good battles still.
They have been good battles. It is such an even comp. It has been for a lot of years. I think East Ringwood have probably been the best side we've played, if I'm honest, from what we've experienced. And they've got some quality with VFL listed boys through there. Obviously, albeit different brand of footy than what we play. But I think outside of that, Mitcham, they were fantastic against us round 1. We only got over them late. It was a different sort of conditions with weather. But like you say, on any given day, anyone can beat anyone. And we know if we're slightly off, whether it be Croydon or Montana South or Montrose, they're going to take it up to us. And our boys need to be ready for the fact that, sides are going to come for us now that we're on top. It's a good challenge.
Has anything changed from last year? Obviously, last year you were up there and probably, that top 4 you would have played finals if the season continued. But this year you're probably, along with East Ringwood, sort of the clear top 2 at the moment, with Mitcham the close 3rd. But has anything changed? Is it more just building on from, last year's work? Is the game plan any different, or are you just still playing that, attacking fast footy style play?
I think ever since I've taken over in 2019, we've evolved each year and been improving and adding layers to our game plan and our side. It's definitely helped by a couple of deficiencies in areas like getting Riley Monkhurst down to the club. It's key to get Ruckman in, who's helped our midfield win some footy. Getting Jai Jordan back, I know you guys often talk about him. He's been fantastic for us.
Just quick, that was another question that we made it two-pronged. Like, he's returned to the club. He was played against him as a junior. So he was a gun as a junior and then had a break from footy. What was that break injury-based or just had fallen out of love in it? Because he was a bit of a prodigy as a kid, and sometimes those kids, the pressure gets too much for them.
Yeah, it was a challenging one. I wonder whether it was me because it was when I took over. He actually disappeared. But I've been in talks with him for the last 4 years, so to speak. He fell out of love with footy. He felt that whether it be the pressures and, previous coaches, he just wasn't enjoying the environment he was in. And, he was a co-captain at that point, and, that adds a weight of expectation on you as well. He was young. I think he's matured a lot as a person as well as a footballer. And hopefully today you'll see his excitement and exuberance around the group has been massive for coming back. And, if you're happy in life, you normally will play better footy. So I think, that flows on.
And, you've also got another player who's come back to the club, Trent Giorgio. How's it? You must be happy with how well he's fitted in back into the side. Yeah, Trent's obviously a very experienced footballer, and he's hoping to get his life membership this year if he gets the 200 game milestone. And he's played at really high standard of footy. Albeit he went to Sylvan a little while ago. Again, when I took over. Common thread here.
But they're coming back though, mate. So you're obviously doing something right.
I'm winning them eventually. But he left for work reasons, and we never begrudge that. You've got to do what's best for you in life, whether it be family or work. And he's come back, and albeit he had his doubts, he's definitely gotten rid of those doubts. His form has continued to improve as the year went on, and albeit that he's an aging body. Experience is key in a lot of these games, and he's been fantastic with the development of our kids down back.
And just more general one, just with sort of the culture of the club. I always like last week with sides that are flying. You also had the women's team come this year. What is it like down at Mooroolbark on a Saturday or on a Thursday night training? Is it just the vibes? Can you tell that there's a real sense of enjoyment of playing footy at the moment?
Definitely, I think it's a very close group, and as close as I've been involved with as a player or as a coach. They seem to play for each other, and they love being here, whether it be Thursday or Saturday nights. Having the women come in has been fantastic. They're often here on Thursday night, come back for tea. They're training down at Kaloran at this stage. But I believe they're on after us again today, and I think it's great to get some females in. It makes it a much happier place, and the boys are a lot more respectful than sometimes what they would have been in yesteryear. So I think it's great for the club and the community in general with having the women playing.
Well, Brett, you've done an amazing job because you took over. You lost a few blokes up the road. Then you had COVID, and since then you guys have only lost about 4 games. So great work to you, Scotty, and the rest of the club. And hopefully for your sake today, continues on. And thanks for joining us on the pre-game.
Thanks for having us, gents.
Brett Lavars there, or Lavers, on the pre-game show there for Eastland. And great to chat to him, the Mooroolbark senior coach. We're going to go to another break here. And then on the other side, we'll have Neil Winston, his foe, and then we'll talk more about this game and the rest of the Eastern Football League fixtures.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
The warm-up continues right here on EFL Saturday.
Welcome back to Heights Reserve, EFL Eastland match of the day, soccer to M&D round. It's all happening. Division 1 action. Mitcham take on Mooroolbark. First place Mooroolbark hosting the third place Tigers. And we are joined, as promised, by Mitcham coach Neil Winston. Neil, first time you've read on pre-game in a while, mate. Usually got the boots on joining the warm-up, so a bit of a different flavour.
Yeah, it feels a bit weird talking to you guys when I'm not when I'm not feeling like I'm ready to play a game of footy. But no, looking forward to it. It's a beautiful day for footy.
Absolutely. And you come into this game, in a good run of form. Obviously, the bye came at probably an indifferent time, given you'd won 6 out of the last 7. But what was the bye, needed for most of the boys? They would have a bit of big bruising first 9 weeks of footy.
Yeah, probably was needed. But when you are in good form, as you mentioned, you sort of like to continue to play. And the previous 3 weeks leading into that bye were certainly the best footy that we've played throughout the season. So, you're never too sure whether you want to keep going or, whether the break's going to be good. But I guess the proof will be in the pudding today.
And obviously, your form's been incredible, especially with the Croydon win and the Beaconsfield win. Really big wins. And, you played Mooroolbark at the start of the year, and for probably 3 3/4 of the game you were right in it within a goal. Does that give you a bit of confidence today? And what did you learn about the side and how to beat them? For a club that's undefeated at the moment.
Yeah, look, it does give us confidence. I mean, they haven't lost. What have they won now? 14 in a row or something stupid.
We just spoke to Brett. Since he's taken over, he's had COVID. And then they've only lost 3 or 4 games.
He's doing a pretty good job, isn't he? So, from the first encounter, as you said, we're with them for a lot of the day. So we definitely take some confidence from that. It's just to beat a team, with the quality that they roll out on the park, you just got to, it's an old cliche, I know that, but you just got to be able to play 4 quarters. So we weren't able to quite do that in round 1, but we think we're playing much better footy than we were at the start of the year. But we'll know today sort of where we stand.
And Jake Parenti as well. He's 39 goals this season, 19 in the previous 2 games before the Queen's birthday bye.
Yep.
Do you reckon he can continue on from that form in the last couple of weeks?
Jeez, I hope so. He's Jake's been outstanding. We had a loss to Montrose before the Croydon game, which sort of highlighted some issues that we needed to address, and one of them was our forward line just wasn't functioning as well as we would have liked. When you've got Jake down there certainly and Tommy Lovell as well, you like to be able to utilise those guys as much as possible. So we tweaked a couple of things, and Jake's definitely been the beneficiary of that. But it's the other 5 guys that are playing alongside Jake are playing really important roles for us, whether it's defensive stuff or holding position in zones and stuff like that. But Jake's an outstanding talent and an outstanding player, and he's in awesome form at the moment. So hopefully he continues that today.
Ryan already mentioned it's been a while since you've played, obviously, these guys in East Ringwood, and it's a bit of a weird fixture because you guys get stooged with the top 2. So at the start of the year, we all wrote you off, and then after 2 weeks, we realised they were just really good.
Yeah.
Over the course of those 7 weeks, what have you realised from those 2 games, what those 2 teams do a lot better, other than just play 4 quarters of footy, compared to the rest of the comp, and how do you guys think you can close the gap?
It's just they do the simple things really well. Especially against East Ringwood, we just, running through the vision after the game, and I showed the boys, like, their front and centre work, this is East Ringwood, was just outstanding. And that's something that you talk about that in under nines footy, but that they just do the simple things well, and Mooroolbark do that as well. But Mooroolbark have such good high-end talent.
Yeah,
that,
they do, don't they?
Yeah, it's you just got to be playing at your absolute best. You just can't take the foot off the gas at all, because they've got so much talent that they can pile on some goals pretty quickly. So that's going to be our challenge today. We've been really good in the last 3 weeks, but this is a different proposition today compared to the teams. No disrespect to those 3 teams that we played, but Mooroolbark are obviously on a different level at the moment.
I'm sure they wouldn't take offence to it.
Yeah, and just touching back on the forward line, obviously Parenti's the key focus. He's leading the goal scorer in that, but he's surrounded by a lot of some of the smaller forwards, like Hallow or Veach or Jesse Urin if he's down there.
Yep.
What sort of role do they play, and how important are they? Because they probably go a bit under the radar when you're just looking at the scores.
They do, yeah, mate. We've got some really good small forwards. Jesse Smythe, in particular, is just you'll probably see him today try and take mark of the year at some stage. He's got every trick in the book, Jesse, and he's just his explosive pace is a real weapon for us forward. You mentioned Jackson Halo, who's just throws his body at the contest all day, and he certainly knows where the goals are, and he can draw a free kick from time to time too in front of the goals, which is pretty handy for us. But those guys not only are good offensively for us, but particularly defensively as well. Like it's so deflating when you win the ball, you get it inside 50, and it just trampolines out. But these guys have a real strong focus on making sure that doesn't happen, and making sure the opposition aren't able to attack and set up attacking thrusts from our forward 50. And they've done that really well, particularly over the last 3 weeks.
And, Mooroolbark's attack is equally as impressive. They've lost Darren Mullet, but they've still got players like...
they didn't have to bring in Will Fordham, did they? But that's a pretty good like for like.
Well, it could have been worse. Could have had both.
Well, we could have had both, so yeah, that's not too bad.
But who do you reckon could step up and play that big role, and someone like a Jai Jordan or Will Fordham up down back for you guys?
Yeah, look, Dylan Brooks will start on Jai Jordan, and I'm assuming he'll stay on him because he played on him in round 1. I think Jordan kicked 3 maybe. One was out of a ruck contest, so there's not much that Brooker could have done about that. But we got Brooker to the club last year because we identified that we needed to get a key defender to the team, and he's been outstanding. And I can't even remember him having his colours lowered since he's been at the club. So we'll put faith in him. Jai Jordan's obviously a very good player, big body, beautiful mark of the ball, and a nice kick of the footy too. But we'll back Brooker in to do the job on him.
And overall, mate, finally, before we let you go, because it's closing in on the first quarter, the club's in a really strong position. Obviously, back in Division 1 and looking like you're set for a finals berth. And obviously, the reserves are, I think, undefeated. And the 19s had a stirring win this morning. So overall, the club must be absolutely stoked with the club's act, given that when you took the role, it was a bit more East Burwoody and so on, a bit lower down the table. Yeah,
we are, mate. It really is a fantastic club. Like, from Matt McCubbin, the president, down, it's just there's a lot of people that chip in and help out. It's not one of those clubs where it's left to 2 or 3 blokes to do everything. So that's definitely a start. But the on-field product this year, you mentioned that the reserves are undefeated, and that's great. Like we brought in Oscar Messenger today for his first game this year. And he's just been in outstanding form, and we've done that with a number of guys. Mitch Pavey, Nick Caulfield played a lot of the start of the season in the reserves, but they earned their spot, and they've come in and contributed for us. So it's really important to have.
There's some handy players playing in reserves. Ben Joseph and the like.
Ben Joseph, Zach Carroll. There's certainly some great talent out there. I think actually out of the starting 18. 14 of them have played seniors for the club. Yeah. So that sort of illustrates the depth we've got at the moment. So it just makes it, there's plenty of pressure on the guys in the senior team when you've got the reserves pushing up and potentially taking their spot. So it's good to have some healthy competition from the reserves.
Well, Neil, hopefully for you guys and for us, you get some healthy competition today and get an all-important win and really stake your claim in this division. So good luck and thanks for joining us on the pre-game.
No worries. Thanks, guys.
Neil Winston there, Mitcham coach, and hopefully he enjoys his time in the coach's box this afternoon as we look forward to a big game between Mooroolbark and Mitcham. And I think our man Blakey Tennant, I think Berkey's kicked another snag. Blakey's not on the mic, but Berkey's got 2. The promoter down at Baby and Void. Just Baby, I'm being told. He's kicked 2 today. The boys have got around him. Like, Mooroolbark are down by about 50 points, but they've had 2 of the best celebrations all day today. But yeah, Neil, interesting. Brett and Neil both really, really engaging guys to talk to there. And obviously 2 clubs and 2 coaches are really happy with where their clubs are at.
Yeah, I love where, I've been a big fan of Mitcham. My father played there. My grandfather was, associated with the club for a long time. So, I grew up, going to a lot of the games when I was younger down at Walker Park. And, I get told all the time about how much of a powerhouse they used to be. So to see him pushing now, in Division 1 and really contending, in a couple of years, they could be back in Premier Division if they can sort of, keep this form and build on these younger groups.
The thing is, as well, like Mooroolbark looks set to go up, and East Ringwood are obviously a famous club. But Mitcham, people forget, Josh, were part of the Big Four for a long time. Maybe not when we were growing up, or definitely when I was growing up, and definitely not when you two were. But yeah, Mitcham probably a little bit before that were a powerhouse along with Vermont and stuff. But they are, like East Burwood, are sort of, well, Mitcham aren't sleeping and East Burwood aren't sleeping anymore, but they were, when they were down in Div 3 and Div 4, they were sleeping giants. And when Mitcham gets rocking, it's an incredible place to be at. It's great atmosphere.
Yeah, and I can definitely understand it's a great atmosphere right now. And, you mentioned to me yesterday as well that they always travel well whenever they're up and about, and looks like they have travelled pretty well.
The one thing about Heights Preserve, as we go a little bit off topic, is the fact that obviously there's the playground to the right, and if you are watching on the streams and you have been here before, you can see there's the grass. The only thing you would say, you'd love to keep the grass, and I think we should, but that is a bit annoying on days like today when you've got great travel and so on. If there were a few more car parks behind there, as you can see. But look, there's plenty of street parking. Catch the train, walk up. It's a beautiful day for a stroll. If you are in the area, come down and watch what should be a really good game of football and between some really good sides. Let's jump into some other games, though, before we head to our final break on the pre-game. Of course, we can leave it to Ryan and Besto and the rest, Josh, to talk in depth about this one. So we'll move into Division 4, your division, Scoop Ward.
Yep.
And we'll start with Forest Hill Surrey Park, Scoop. We gave them a little bit of a run on the weekend forecast, but this game's massive for both these clubs. Surrey Park, will they have a sugar hit with James Kentworthy taking over, or can Forest Hill, get some momentum, win a big game, and all of a sudden move into maybe third spot and put the pressure on the Panthers?
And like I said, I think Surrey Park can, and like they said,
Surrey Park, they can too. You broke that news.
Yeah, but I think it'll be interesting to see what type of style they play under James Kentworthy.
Well, given the way he plays his football, you would assume it would be a bit more risk taking.
And most playing coaches as well, we've seen up in higher divisions. Robbie Nahas. They always love to.
For better and worse.
They always like to play a bit more attacking footy and don't like to be defensive, unlike Chris Anarchis at Doncaster.
But I think that often lends itself to who you played under. So Robbie Nahas played under Gary Ayres for the majority of his VFL time. And then, obviously, Tom Langford also played under Gary Ayres and played sometimes in Tassie VFL and under certain coaches, whereas Chris Anarchis has been a Doncaster boy for so long, where they won their premierships and won their way to Premier Division final series off the back of being very strong defensively. So I think that's just nature and nurture debate sort of thing. I don't think Anarchis himself is a naturally defensive player, but that's just the way he knows footy. But anyway, back to this game, Forest Hill Surrey Park. The Panthers, they would want to win comfortably, you'd think, to sort of alleviate the fact that they are clearly in the top three sides.
Yeah, it would definitely state their authority as the third best side in Division 4, and it would put them, if they did lose here, it would put them in that, well, essentially would be a four-team horse race with Corin North, Kilsyth, Forest Hill, and themselves. But I think they can. It's a bit of a difficult. Well, recently they've had their struggles on the smaller grounds against big clubs like, Sylvan and Forest Hill. And
if they win today, they'll put a buffer between themselves and Forest Hill and Croydon North. They'll be 2 games clear of those, and you'd expect Kilsyth to beat Nunawading, but their percentage will be so far away. So a win today completely locks them in the top 4, and then they can address closing the gap, Ryan, on Sylvan and Churnside, who play today. We spoke on the podcast that Dave Newlands has one task ahead of him for the rest of the year: figure out a way to beat Sylvan. Do you reckon they've got a sniff today?
I don't think they do today, but it's a good chance to close that gap from what was I think about a 10-goal loss last time. If they can just work out, where their weaknesses are and where they can beat them around the ground. I think Churnside Park are quite a defensive first side. They're probably going to have to find some more scorers that you can't. Obviously, Badome's a big figure down there, but he's not someone who can match a Kimpton or a Frickerilli on the scoreboard in terms of goals right now. So, look, they're going to have to find a bit of scoring power and be able to match Sylvan, who haven't done anything wrong so far.
But they got Samuel King down there as well. He's actually
just for note here, we are being held up. There seems to be a Mitcham player down in the centre of the ground here, so we hope he's okay. It seems to be the stretcher is out and they're not moving him. So we hope for his sake he remains well. But carry on, Josh.
Yeah, and they've got Samuel King, who's kicked goals the last couple of years, and he's their leading goal kicker this year. So I think the reserves game is now.
Yeah, so it looks like they're shaking hands because they just won't be able to start the game and get the senior game up on time. So we hope for the best there. But carry on. But in terms of they've got Samuel King and Daniel Badome, who are 4th and 5th on the goal kicking table, opposed to Sylvan, who've got Lee Kimpton and Justin Figueroa at 1 and 2. I think they've got enough goals. Their key to winging it is the midfield, where Slattery, Grattan Stevens, Puckering in the ruck, Josh Clevant's been in good form, and Aaron Burt will probably get thrown in there. They're going to have to do something in there.
Yeah, and I think they can. Their midfield is very talented, but it's just hard for me to see Sylvan losing here.
Yeah. Well, gentlemen, it's been good to see the three of us back together. I think the last time we did this was out of Churnside Park when it was a 3-man band all afternoon. But we're all going to get a bit of a rest across the end of the day. So thanks for joining us on the pre-game. To those listening or watching at home, we thank Brett Lavers, and Neil Winton. I keep adding a bit of flavour into his name for joining us on the pre-game. When we come back, of course, you'll be able to listen on the SEN app, watch on YouTube and Facebook, and Eastern FM, the stream, the radio will be able to join us there as well. So if you're in your car around the grounds, you can listen on Eastern FM 98.1. Until after the break, when it'll be Brett Best and Ryan Long, Blake Tennant, and so on. Thank you for joining us on the Eastland warm-up. And on the other side of it, it'll be Mooroolbark and Mitcham from Heights Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
On EFL Saturday, it's time for the match of the round. Let's cross to our team and go local for your footy.
Yes, welcome back to Heights Reserve for the big Division 1 clash, first versus third for the EFNL Eastlands match of the day. It's Mooroolbark versus Mitcham, and I'm joined by
Brett Besson for the first time this afternoon, commentating with me, and Blake Tennant, who will be in the Stats Centre, I believe, and also Josh Ward again, who is here for the pre-game show. Gentlemen, how are we, and what are we expecting for today's clash?
Well, a little bit of a spanner in the works with Mullet being laid out for Mitcham, for Mooroolbark, which has maybe slightly affected my tip, but I still think Mooroolbark will get it done. What are they coming off? 14 straight wins,
14 straight wins.
Which is a heck of a record, and they look very, very good right across the park. There's not a lot of weaknesses. Having said that, of course, they do have some other changes, which again, maybe just will affect things slightly, but I'm still sticking with Mooroolbark, and I think they'll get the chocolates today, maybe 3 or 4 goals.
Yeah, welcome. I think, obviously a great game. The weather's definitely turned out for this game, definitely for today. I think Mooroolbark will have it, but it'll be interesting to see like the big players from Mitcham, how they stand up when, they've obviously got Mooroolbark, who are probably, as we touched on with their 14, they've won 14 in a row. It'll be interesting to see the big players like Paranti, who's been dominant all, season long, you would say, with his big hole last week. So I'm interested to see how he goes and seeing how Mooroolbark can defend on him, because obviously he's a standout player and he can deliver that's for sure. But I think I've got Mooroolbark winning by about 4 goals. I reckon this one.
Yeah, good to be out here at Heights Reserve. Couldn't have asked for a better day to be back on the boundary out here. And yeah, it's a massive clash. This is, like I said in the pre-game at the start, this is a big test for Mitcham. They've got the top 2 sides, Mooroolbark and East Ringwood, in the next 2 weeks. And yeah, out here at Heights Reserve, it's a good crowd out here too, with plenty of cars all across the ground. And yeah, I'm very excited to see the 2 forward lines together, even without Aaron Mullet. I'm really excited to see Will Fordham. I've been keeping a close eye on the VFL, and he's been killing it so far this year. And yeah, it's just going to be a great game in general, I reckon.
And just a welcome to all our viewers on the Eastern 98.1 FM. And also anyone streaming on the SEN app. But let's break into this game. Let's get into it. Obviously, Mooroolbark 10-0 this season. They've been unstoppable. Their attack, they just find goals from all different areas around the ground. They bring in a few players. See, that's the thing with them that they do lose Mullet, but as Josh touched on, Fordham comes in. Reynolds comes in. He's played 8 or 9 games so far this season. Heath Hocking as well, the ex-Eston player, plays his first game for I think in 5 weeks or something like that after a bit of a hand injury. So their ins are a big besto. As much as the outs hurt, they do have that amount of depth, that much depth that they can really cover it.
Well, that's right. They're not a one-trick pony either. You look at a guy like who probably goes a little bit under the radar, Braden Dobie. He gets up there and kicks some goals as well. He's a very good player. And, of course, Jai Jordan, I think we spoke about him before. He's kicked 23. So, yeah, Mullet's a loss. But obviously Will Fordham comes into the side, VFL player, a good player. Don't know a lot about him, but obviously a pretty handy, as Josh said, a pretty handy player. So I think they'll still have enough firepower. And the guy that's going to be really tough to get on top of will be Big Monkhurst in the ruck, because he's like a gorilla.
Yeah.
He literally just stands there and he's a massive guy. So it's going to be really hard for them to get a bit of ascendancy there. Zach Elms is mobile, so maybe he can use his agility to try and win some ruck ball there. But, look, Mitcham have got some great players. Alex Barton-Smith, super player. And he's been in good form of late. Riley Nicholas, of course, is a good player. Josh May down back. So there's tons of talent there. But I just think for me, I think even without Mullet, I think Mooroolbark, it's just you just can't tip against them. 14 wins in a row and 10 this season.
I'm glad you brought up Monkhurst, and that's the battle that I think with Elms might be a bit of an advantage to Mooroolbark, because he will have a bit of a height advantage there in the ruck, and if he can give the likes of Noonan and Smith first use of the ball, they're going to be quite hard to beat in the middle. And Josh, do you think is that where the game's going to be won today? Because obviously both sides are quite attacking first sides, and they can put up big scores with the forwards they've got down there. Will it come down to a midfield battle and who can win those clearances?
Yeah, and I reckon it could come down to which midfielder kicks which midfield has the bigger impact on the scoreboard as well. Everyone, I reckon, in each midfield, both midfields, I beg your pardon, I reckon they can both score. Caden Mackey, he's Box Hill Hawks VFL listed. He's kicked a couple of goals this year. Austin Smith, Kane Noonan. They've got goal kickers everywhere. Well, you've got Mitcham. They've got Jesse Uren, who's popped up and kicked a couple of goals. Jackson Hallow, he can play. He mostly plays forward, but has played midfield and can kick goals as well. So I reckon which midfielder has the most impact up forward, it'll come down to that and who wins this clash.
Yeah, he's a super player, Jesse Ahren. Been watching a little bit of him in some of the footage this year, and he is a very good player, Josh. A good point you make. So, but it's always one in the midfield, isn't it? And that's obviously the key. So, as Josh said, whichever side can get on top in that element of the game, will go some way to winning this one.
Yeah, exactly right. And obviously, I think me and Josh had this conversation in the car ride over here about, who matches up against Jai Jordan and then down the other end, who matches up on Jake Parenti, because Jake Parenti now leading the goal scoring
we
after
even spoken about him,
a 12-goal performance against Upper Gully and pulled off at 3/4 time, I think, by his own cord, didn't want to break the record against Upper Gully. So he's a guy who can just go off. But like we said, Josh touched on it, the small forwards around him, they can find goals from the midfield as well. Who do we think matches up against Parenti? Do you is it someone like a Trent Giorgio who's quite the experienced player? Who matches up against him? Because it's a hard one to.
It'd be Giorgio for me, but I mean, I don't know. They may have a better matchup for Giorgio, but obviously Trent's a very good player. He's one of their most experienced players, one of their best defenders, going up against Mitcham's best attacking weapon. So, I mean, the logic would suggest that it's Giorgio, but it may not be. Who knows?
And Blake, obviously Mitcham have had a really impressive run now, 6 out of the last 7 after their first 2 losses against Mooroolbark and East Ringwood. What's really impressed you about them so far? The way that they've built into some good form in the season.
Yeah, definitely. I think we touched on about Parenti. His rise is coming really well, and it's good to see as well. And I think, like we touched on as well with the midfield, I think their midfield is coming. Like I think Josh touched on with Jesse Ahren, he's really coming in really good, good form lately. But it will be interesting to see how they go against a really strength Mooroolbark. I know Mullet's not playing, but it'll be really good to see how also they go against the midfield. But personally, how they can also defend well as well, because we know how Mooroolbark, they've got stars pretty much all around the ground, so they've got to look after that. And I think it'll be a really interesting game, to be fair. So, yeah, it should be exciting.
And not that it makes a huge difference, because it was several weeks ago, Josh, but the two sides have met once this year, and Mooroolbark got hold of them a bit in the first round, 26 points, I think, from memory.
Yeah, but Ryan touched on the pre-game and in the car trip here as well. They only ran away with it in those last 10 or so minutes. There was 26 points, but it was, I think, less than a goal with 10 minutes
so it's a bit of a flattering scoreline.
Yeah, sorry. And last year as well, they played out here in what was the final game of the 2021 season, and they only lost by 1 point. So they won't be intimidated by this ground. They won early a couple of weeks ago as well, out at Home Park, which is the biggest ground in the Eastern Football Netball League. And yeah, they're not going to be intimidated by Mooroolbark. I reckon they can definitely take it up to them.
You're right, and it is the big box to tick, isn't it? To beat one of these two sides, Mooroolbark or East Ringwood, they get East Ringwood next week as well. But just if they can just beat one of them, that really sets them up to say that hey, it's not a 2-horse race. We're here and we can really challenge when the finals come up. Definitely. Because I think at the start of the season we probably underrated them. Last year they were that middle around the pack. They were trading games with Wanturna South and Montrose, and you just saw, it's still a very young side. I mean, Jesse Smythe, Jesse Ahren, Jackson Hallow, these are guys that have only played for 3 or 4 years, so they're that early 20s, probably around my age, around the 23 mark. So they're players that are going to develop, as time go by, and they've obviously made some big steps this year in really presenting forward in the midfield and giving them the scoring power. As we just have to touch on we touched on it in the pre-game show, but a Mitcham reserves player is down on the ground that is still down there with a stretcher. We don't know what's happening there. We are thinking about him and hoping he is okay. So we might be running a bit late for the start of the game, you would imagine. So a 2:20 start may be a bit later now, but our thoughts are with him. But so there we go. So we've just been told that they're waiting for an ambulance. So we do hope he's okay and hope everything is all right there. But we will go to a short break before we get back to touch on for the pre-game part of the before the game starts.
So, yeah, we'll go to a bit of a break. So, for the EFNL Eastland's match of the day, Mooroolbark, Mitcham, Heights Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Yes, welcome back to the EFNL Eastland's match of the day, Mooroolbark versus Mitcham here at Heights Reserve. We are a bit running behind a bit schedule with an ambulance on the way that has just arrived here for a Mitcham Reserves player. We don't have the name of the player, but we are thinking about him. He'll be stretchered off and assisted by the ambulance there. And so we will be starting a bit later, so that gives us a bit of time to talk about a few other games before the start of the Mooroolbark Mitcham game. And we're joined by a couple of new faces. We've got Brett Beston and Blake Tennant still here, but we're also joined by Will Faulkner and Jared Beanland for the first time this afternoon. Boys, how are we doing? And about the game, what do we think?
Afternoon, everyone. Good to be here. Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting clash, obviously 1v3. I think Mooroolbark probably have the upper hand going into it, but big fan of an underdog. Would love to see Mitcham get up.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat, really. I feel like Mooroolbark should be able to take this one, but honestly, Mitcham are in some scintillating form right now, and I wouldn't be too surprised if they get Parenti and Lovell to, kick a couple of bags, and if that's the case, then that would really help Mitcham's case to get over the line in this one.
And Jared, you're out the women's game, calling that the East Ringwood Montrose game, the Division 2.
Yeah.
Final result, and how'd the girls go?
Yeah, look, a bit of a drubbing on the part of East Ringwood. Unfortunately, Blake, he was my co-commentator, and he's a Montrose man, so must have been a bit difficult watching that. Blake, you did great on debut though. It was a good call by you, but yeah, it was an 87-point margin in the end for East Ringwood. Bit of a rough one, but it was exciting to call some exciting players. Absolutely.
And Blake, from a Montrose perspective.
It was very ordinary. I think, I have to say it was very ordinary. Lots of improvement. But we had a couple good ins today, as you can touch on. We had Katie Cameron in, and Hayley Carnamone, which helped build the side. But Eastman were just
Michael's sister.
Pardon?
Michael's sister.
Oh, I've no idea the name. sorry, best day. But honestly, Nicola Davidson just superb today. 5 goals, and it was playing off the midfield. It was just crazy stuff. Like every time she just touched the ball, it just turned to gold. Like honestly, as soon as she picked up that ball, it was pretty much a goal or behind. Like it was just superb. Like it's just a scene. Yeah,
always dangerous. Ended up with 5 goals in the end. Great performance.
And Blakey, you walked off the field in the 19s game early to commentate.
Yeah, that's correct. Unfortunately,
cost you the game, did it?
We unfortunately had our second loss of the year, but. You need your loss every now and then. You don't want to be the top team and going in with one loss. Like you don't want that. And I think it's a big step for us. Like we can go back, regroup, because we've got the toughest. I think we've got the toughest 2 weeks. Like we got East Ringwood this week, who in the 19s, how we lost by about 15 points. Should have been goal, but we just fumbled a lot and all that. Did silly things, but then we've got Warnie South, who are on top of the ladder, who have been destroying a lot of teams. So I think we've got the 2 toughest weeks ever, but I still think we can back ourselves in and, hopefully go all the way. So.
You're too modest, mate. You're supposed to say, well, pretty much as soon as I walked off the ground, it all just went pear-shaped.
yeah, pretty much. It was,
It was what, a 15-point margin in the end to East Ringwood? Yeah, so I reckon 5 minutes of Blake Tennant would have been worth that 16 points.
Yeah, I was actually on the bench at the time, and I'm like, I can't play anymore. So commitment to the media team.
Yeah.
What a guy.
Commitment to the media team,
What position are you playing, Blake?
Div 1 19s. We'll sitting on top heading into the game today by a game, because we obviously played last week. We were just, East Ringwood just too good. We had the lead for a bit, but East Ringwood, I reckon it'll be a 4-horse race in Division 1 19s this year.
That's exciting. Yeah.
I think it's either us, East Ringwood, Montana South, and Beaconsfield are the 4-horse race. So, it's exciting times in the 19s. It's good to see that the future's coming, and
Well, that's the one positive of a bit of a longer pre-game. We get a bit of a Blake Tennant me time on the pre-game show.
Do we do media phones here?
We'll start that now. Boys, we touched on a few divisions in the pre-game show. We went through Premier 1, 2, and 4. So we haven't spoken about Division 3 at all, but there's quite some interesting games so far to look at. I want to start with Waverley Blues Warrandyte. So these 2 sides matched off in round 1, where I think Warrandyte got over the line by a couple of points. A lot of people expected them to be the top 2 sides in the division. Besto, what do we think? Coming around the second time, the rain was there last time, which was a bit of a lower scoring game. But does the weather now really suit a Waverley Blues fast outfit?
Yeah, probably. I'd probably lean a bit towards the Waverley Blues, but I haven't seen a lot of those 2 sides this year, so a little bit hard for me to judge, but Waverley Blues, probably.
Boys, do we sort of a similar viewpoint?
Yeah, well, I still think Waverley, they're probably the best team in that comp, because I think we went there a couple weeks ago. We went down and watched Waverley and Donvale, and they just destroyed Donvale out of the box early and pretty much set the tone for the day. So I still think Waverley. I reckon Waverley will get up today. That's for sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in the same boat as well. Definitely with the drier weather today as opposed to what it was in round 1, and a Waverley Blues on their home track. They're in such good form, I don't know how Warrandyte will necessarily be able to stop their scoring power. Of course, they've got, players like Andrew White and Beasley, Buckley down there. The good players, definitely very solid, but I don't know if it's necessarily it's not as experienced a setup as what they'd perhaps need to topple such a devastating Waverley Blues lineup, who also have Perry and Williamson playing in the same team for the first time this year, or at all, ever.
And Will, I believe you were there for the Waverley Blues game. What impressed you the most about them when they really towed up a pretty good opposition in Donvale?
Yeah, they did. I can only speak of what I saw, but Williamson that day was the key. He kicked 9 goals. They locked down. Their defence was really, really good. I can't remember who the player was, but Donvale did have one. They had a swingman who went up forward, I think, who kicked 3 or 4, had a really good game. But other than that, they didn't really allow Donvale to have a player stand out. They sort of just kept the whole team down pat. And for a Div 3 team, certainly, going by what I saw, they certainly looked like they. I could absolutely see why people would say they're a class above.
Yeah, that was Ethan Duncan for those playing
Ethan
along at
Duncan,
home.
sorry,
yeah,
yes.
Yeah,
Yep.
no, you're right.
Yeah, you're right. And I think we're all probably on board Waverley Blues. So they really haven't done too much wrong besides that first game as we see the Mitcham player now being taken off the field by the ambulance. He's not on the stretcher, so I believe that's probably a good sign.
Yeah,
he
standing
is
up,
walking, so
yeah.
hopefully he is okay, and we do wish him all the best. It's hard to tell what's happened from here. I don't think anyone saw the incident on the field. That game, Mitcham Reserves running away with another win. They are absolutely flying at the moment. Just taking the attention back to Div 3 again. We talked about that 1 versus 2 clash, but down the bottom of the ladder, maybe just as much of an interesting game in terms of the context of the season, because one of these sides could be facing relegation, or both at the end of the year. Fair Park and Ferntree Gully. Ferntree Gully have had a really slow start to the season, and every time we've sort of gone, well, they're good enough to be a finals contender. They'll get a win eventually. They finally got one. They were able to have a draw against Coldstream, and then were able to pinch one against Whitehorse, I believe. So They are now off. I think they're off the bottom of the ladder, or they're second. Sorry, I think they're still last, but they've got a win on the board, and a win here against Fair Park will take them off that bottom of the ladder. Jared, what's the what's the vibe? Fair Park got them early in the year.
They did.
Do you see it happening again, or is Ferntree Gully now? Should have the form.
Honestly, they're finding the goals now. Ferntree Gully, Rosso and Moore down there. They've been some handy ends. I don't actually think Jess Moore is named, unfortunately, for Ferntree Gully this week. But they've got it working. They're kicking more goals. They broke the ton for the first time, I think, in their most recent game against Whitehorse. So it's good signs for them. And Fair Park, look, it's starting to look a little bit ugly for them in terms of the season as a whole. They were looking. It was an exciting couple of weeks there right at the start of the season, but unfortunately the tips that we had made at the start of the season, in the preseason, in fact, are starting to bear out as being perhaps quite accurate.
Just looking at the ladder here for Division 3, we're talking about Fair Park and Ferntree Gully. Ferntree Gully are 1-7-1. They have a percentage of 94.75. I find that remarkable. Statistically, that should nearly be impossible. So they're clearly staying in games. They've only won one game, so they kind of, blown out too many teams. They're clearly in it. I'd love to hear your thoughts on it. Are they better than 1-7, or is that accurate?
Yeah, I think that's a good point you make, because their percentage is just as good as Whitehorse, who's currently sitting 5th on the ladder. So, look, they are, because, we saw them last year, and they had a really hot start to the season, lost a few games near the end of it, but other than that, they're a finals contender, and I think I had them 5th in on the ladder, and I thought that was probably a bit harsh on them. But look, they've been in every game. They've never been belted. So losses against Warrandyte, that we were out. The Waverley Blues game, they don't lose by much. So it was just sort of getting that first win, I think, was the hurdle to jump over. Opposition coaches have said, I think even Duncan Jones from Whitehorse said that they'll play finals. That they're probably coming too far back from that now, but that's the sort of quality of football they can play, and had question marks over their forward line, but they are starting to hit a bit of form. And the big, if the big thing is staying out of that bottom two, because Division 3 sides to finish 9th and 8th will be relegated to Division 4. So it makes it a lot of pressure on those bottom 4 probably scores. We probably just escaped that, and it will come down to Glen Waverley, Fair Park, and Ferntree Gully. So
I think sorry, I wanted to cut you off, but I think the game for me is really interesting is that Donvale Whitehorse game. I think that'll be a really interesting game. And Whitehorse, they got rolled last week by Ferntree Gully, so they'll be smarting after that. And I think it's 5th and 6th, or 4th and 5th, so they're both hovering around that.
4th and 5th.
4th and 5th. Thanks, Will. So I think that'll be a cracking game.
Boys, about Donvale Whitehorse, do we have an early prediction? Donvale's form, they have had a lot of key outs. We talked about Hagen the Ruck and a couple of others, a couple of key players that really hurt them against Waverley Blues. They get some of those players back. Are they a real threat for the flag, or are they, still hovering a bit behind the top sides?
Yeah, I'll just go with that one. Yeah, I think Donvale. I think they can progress through, and I think they can come back from what the game that we saw a couple of weeks ago. So I think they can come back and walk away with the 4 points. And obviously, they need the players that weren't really standing out the game that we covered, and for them to come back and start playing well for them. So I think Donvale will win that, and I reckon it'll be a close game. I think it'll be a good game of footy, but yeah, Don Vale to win for me. That's for sure.
You're right, and it is a bit of an 8-point game because the winner will probably sit comfortably in fourth, especially if Don Vale win with their extra percentage. They'll have a game ahead, so that could almost just about really make it hard for Whitehorse to crack into that top four with Coldstream playing some really good footy. But yeah, so very interesting. We've also got Paul Uconi joining us for the first time this afternoon, who will be doing, I think, the Score Centre today. Paul?
Yeah.
Paul, how are you? And what's your thoughts on today's game?
My thoughts on today's game, I think it'll be a very interesting game. I mean, Mitcham have been good this year, but so have Mooroolbark. They've probably surprised a few people this year, but I'm looking for, I reckon this will be a really close game.
Yeah, I think that's what the majority have said today. I don't think has anyone tipped Mitcham? Has anyone? No tips for Mitcham.
No.
As we see, both sides are now run out. Mooroolbark have run out, so they're not too far away from the first bounce this afternoon. Big game for both clubs. Obviously, first versus third, if we've mentioned. We talked about.
Boys, you might all be a bit young, but has anyone ever looked more like their old man than Ryan Monkhurst? I just look at him and I think
he does.
He looks so much like his dad, doesn't he?
Absolutely.
And he's a huge unit too.
Have you ever seen his big monkey lately? Like, I went down when I was at the Outer East a couple months ago when I was there, and I think Zach was playing. I think he's the youngest Monkhorst, I'm pretty sure. I think he's the young one. And I just saw Damien just with a cigarette in a meat pie. I'm like, yep, this is Damien Monkhorst. So, the terrific player this man is. So, perfect to see him playing. Would love, obviously played last week, so he tailed us up last week. But it would be nice, very nice for him to have a very good game.
Yeah, and that's what we did mention that just before, that it may be a bit of an advantage for Mooroolbark in the ruck that he does have a bit of height. But as we said, the game a bit late today, so we've got some scores already coming in. So Paul, what have you got so far?
I've got a Division 1 score. Montrose kicked the first one against Ringwood and they lead by 9 points. 139 Montrose over Ringwood yet to score.
Blake, what's your thoughts on Montrose today? Do they have a chance?
Well, we've got a couple outs this week. Obviously, my older brother, Bo Tennant, he's not playing this today, but that's a big out, I would say. I'll back my brother in, as you can see. But no, we still don't have Garthwaite, no Gardo, no Williamson's in this week, Michael Williamson, so he's a solid defender.
He's got some big names out.
Yeah. It's hurting us. And Andrew Oning, of course, is playing twos at the moment, which just shows that we've got young depth coming through the ruck. But yeah, as long as we just bring it the fight, like we like last week we won. I thought that we won the third quarter, but we're just going to keep fighting and competing. I feel like in that comp, so I don't think we will be good enough to keep up with East Ringwood. But as long as we put up a fight, I'll be proud. So I'll be a proud supporter. So yeah,
I think the big thing is just finding a bit of consistency. I think that's been the issue with Montrose over the last 2 years. Their best footy is good enough for finals. Absolutely, there's no question. They've been able to knock off some quality sides, including last year. And this year again, they beat Mitcham just a few weeks ago, which we didn't think much of at the time. But the way Mitcham was going just shows what sort of win that was. So if they can string a couple of wins together and set their season up, they might be all right. As we see Mitcham come out for the first time this afternoon, game should be not too far away. I think that's Kane Noonan in the middle there, the captain for the Mooroolbark Footy Club, getting ready for the toss. Just to get back to this game before we start. Certainly I've noticed with Mooroolbark, they're very fast-moving side. So, a lot of time they will look to go run on the outside. They'll link up. They'll move the ball quickly. And in dry conditions like this, it's going to be a big positive for them, Besto.
Absolutely it will, yeah, because, as you say, they're a very fast-moving side, and we've got great conditions out here today, which is awesome. So we should get a fast, hopefully a high-scoring game, particularly with the two big boys up forward too. It could be a real shootout between those two.
Obviously I was there last week to watch the game. What I saw is they marked the ball down half back and they just ran. They literally ran the whole field of Montrose that they really could. And it was good. Like, they linked handballs really well, and they pretty much just played like a fast-moving team, as you touched on before. Ryan. And it just showed that on the scoreboard as well. And they're really dangerous with that. So if you watch, when we're watching today, of course, the half-back link-up handballs, that's how they've been so dominant, and it'll be good to see as well today. So, yeah.
Yeah, you're right. And a big game for Mitcham as well to really test themselves, Will. We've talked about them 6 out of the last 7. Big game. They've got a really young group core players. Neil touched on even Jesse Smythe, who will probably try and take a hanger, he said. And I remember Jesse Smythe. I went to primary school with Jesse Smythe, and he was doing that at lunchtime and kick-to-kick in grade 6. So I'm very excited to see what sort of form he brings in today, and he's been a really excitement package. Jackson Hallow, Jesse Aaron, Alex Barnes-Smith, I think a lot of them have come from Ferntree Gully in this real young group. So really impressed to see with them as we get ready for the start of the game. We're going to touch on 2:30 start as the umpire puts the ball in the air. Brett Beston to kick us off.
Thank you, Ryan. As the ball goes up, and it's Elms against Monkhurst on the ruck, and the big boy Monkhurst comes over the top, gets the knockdown into the tight stuff, taken on the ground. I think it was Cherry underneath that lot, and they're going to have a secondary ball up. So good conditions here. No excuses for the weather today. Up they go again. This time the head-out's won by Mitcham into the tight stuff. Working his way through there was Smith. Now the ball comes out on the far side. They're trying to get away. Good tackle. It was Smythe who went to ground. He lost the football, but the umpire said play on, and now there's a good hard tackle over there on the far side. And we'll have a ball up. So a good tight start to this one. It's going to be very important to get away early. Up it goes. Won by Mitcham out of the ruck. Knocked down into the tight stuff. The kick forward to about half forward. It's a scrubby old kick, and they get on the end of it. Mitcham not at the moment. Little handball as they try and work their way out. That was Keeling. Good work from him from Mooroolbark. Goes out wide. Is it going to get? That's almost out of bounds, but Caulfield did well over there to keep it in. Gets it forward a little bit. The little kick down the line. Can they get on the end of it? Not at the moment. They can over there by, I think it was Horsey. No, it was Lovell, sorry. And the ball is out of bounds on the far side. And we'll have another throw in. In fact, a ball up, I think, this time. No, it is a throw in. So still no score, and we've had just over a minute of play.
So the throw in, we will go to our boundary riders, Josh Ward and Jared Beanland, when they're ready to talk about the conditions on the ground. Here's Mitcham, that first chance to go forward, bouncing away. Mooroolbark now on the run. The handball off to Mackie. He's kicked forward, and he's going to be cut off. Standing in the way there was Mark Parenti. The brother of Jake's, 2 Parentis out there, goes wide towards us on the wing. A mark taken, they play on immediately. Got some space here in the direction of Jesse Smythe, takes a mark. Takes his time looking forward for an option there. The short kick is smothered, touched off the boot. In and under his pavey. Does well to keep in front of him and sockers towards the boundary line as we go boundary side with Jared Beanland.
It's Josh Ward, actually.
Josh Ward, sorry.
Sorry, that's my bad. But yeah, it's absolutely beautiful conditions down here. Not a single breath of wind. Particularly interested, as I said, well, didn't say in the pre-game, in the matchups, the forward line matchups. But yeah, it's beautiful conditions down here. Should make for an absolute ripper game.
So Mooroolbark now move the ball down the line. Noonan, the handball off is almost cut off by Cherry. And then Mitcham able to recover. Alex Barton-Smith goes to the other side now. It's a 1-on-2 contest, almost a mark taken. The handball off there by Lachlan. Did well, but it was cut off, and now Mooroolbark have a chance to go forward. Will fall into the hands of Heath Hocking, the ex-Essendon player. Goes inside 50. The mark dropped out of the hands of Dylan Brooks, who has a big task ahead of him today on the in-form Jai Jordan.
So interesting start to this one. Still waiting the first score, but it's very much a feeling out period. So it's a pretty even contest so far. We've had 3 minutes in this first team. Great conditions out here at the Mooroolbark home grounds. As the ball is thrown in, Elms might have just got that one in the hands of Mooroolbark, and they managed to free it too. That's good work as they try and get it out, but it's a good strong tackle. Umpire says play on. The ball came out on the tackle, and now we will have to have a ball up as they wrap it up on the ground. Good tackle coming in there from Elms, the big ruckman for Mitcham, and he'll be in action again in a moment with the ball up. Up it goes. Looked like a bit of a push there, but Elms managed to get his opponent out of the way. Now the ball on the ground, picked up there by Watkins.
Boundary.
Wrapped up on the far side as we go boundary side.
Yeah, Dermot Reynolds has the job on Jake Parenti, so a massive job for him.
Thank you, Josh. A massive job indeed. So this one taking a little while to get going, but I'm sure it'll spice up as Elms gets the head out forward. Here they come, Mitcham, trying to get it on the far side. Whistle's gone.
What do we think, early doors, boys? These conditions, will they suit Mooroolbark more or Mitcham a chance?
I think both sides will like it. I think Mitcham will actually like the bigger ground, but I think, yes, you're right. Mooroolbark, clean conditions, hard to see him, really struggling from this sort of weather.
Sure.
So the ball comes in, Elms in the ruck, up against Jordan. The kick forward here from Mitcham. They go towards the boundary side, but it's cut off. Handballed off there. And they look to go inbound now through Trent Giorgio. Back at the club this year after a bit of time at Sylvan. He's kick inbound. He's cut off straight away. Looks to be Jesse Smythe. He slips over, handballs it off. Lucky finds Urine. Urine goes wide into the direction of Lachlan, but too far. And it'll go out of bounds on the far side. But a hot start for both sides. Yet to score. It's almost up to the 5-minute mark of the first quarter. If you just joined us, we have started the game a bit later due to an incident in the reserves game. The ball is brought back in, and Mitcham's forward 50. Up in the ruck. Good tap out. Going to fall in the hands of Smith. Tried to get it to Mackey, but he was pushing the back. Oh, no, he's actually thrown the ball there. So Mitcham now will have a set shot on goal. I believe that's Alex Barton-Smith, who, really impressive play, can play midfield and hit the scoreboard coming forward.
Been in very good form, Ryan Alex Barton-Smith, so far this year.
He certainly has. So certainly the range not too far out for him. He's a good kick of the footy. He's kicked the winner against Wanturna South earlier this season. So Alex Barton-Smith looking for the opening goal of the first quarter. Comes in, looks good off the boot, and it's gone too far right. So just a minor score. No, it is a minor score. The crowd alerted me there, but it is just a minor score. So Mitcham first score on the board, one behind as we go to Paul Uconi in the score centre.
In Premier Division, Noble Park leads South Croydon by 13 points, 22-9, and Rowville lead Berwick by 13 points, 14-1.
Thank you, Paul. Some interesting scores. We'll keep those coming in as the ball is knocked across the half-back line there from Hartman. One of the late inclusions to the side. There was a few late changes on this Mooroolbark team up towards half-back. Hocking is there, but he gets beaten well by May. So May with a mark. No doubt looking for Parente. One of the other big talls. Gets onto the left boot, stabs it forward. Trying to find a target, but it's easily cut off. Great work coming across by Hartman. Second time in a couple of minutes. Gets a handball off to Mackey. And Mooroolbark will work it out of defence for the moment. Up towards the half-back line. Mark almost taken there, but it went through hands. It's on the ground. Pretty willing in there. Jordan it was. Tried to get it out. Now it's hurried forward, but that's an easy mark and taken there by Hocking back. Unattended, so he'll just chip it across the half-back line to Uren. And Mitcham just with a slow build-up, just looking to find someone up forward. Now Uren decides to go long, slams it onto the boot, into the middle of the ground. Ball goes to ground. Won by Mooroolbark. Good work in there, but the ball comes out again and it's out. There's a bit of a chance here with Giorgio on the outside. Now, sorry, not Giorgio, it was Tui. And the ball has been marked back there. So Mooroolbark again, the defence has been solid and they managed to get out of it again.
So they go to the far side and they take a good mark. Under a bit of pressure, but they've stood up the defence so far. So they handball it straight away to Monkhurst. They go down the line to Noonan. Has a bit of space, handballs it over, and this is what they love to do, into the hands of Hocking. And they keep moving forward into towards Jai Jordan. Recovers it, handballs it off. And they may have almost a shot on goal here. Running into almost the open goal is Mackey, but he's got one to beat. And Mitcham would do it well through the hands of Tui. Hand passes it off. And the kick is just very wide and bounces over the line. And the umpire will call it deliberate. I don't know if it was. I think it was just a bit of a poor kick.
That's
but
just a skill error, I think.
Just came off the side of the boot. So Mooroolbark will take it here. In the hands of, I believe, Keeling. Keeling down the line. Looking for his target in forward him. First game for Mooroolbark. And the kick came off the boot at Tui. Didn't quite get a hold of it. Mackey into Noonan. Looks for Smith. Smith's got Haller to beat, and Haller does well to tackle. Almost steals it again. And it's a bit of a scrap here as Mitcham just try and stop the run of Mooroolbark as Monkhurst goes forward over the top of Jordan's head and will land in Parente's hands if he can pick it up. Jordan does well to win the contest, just pushes Parente aside, shows the candy, handballs it off, and looking for the first goal of the game. Mooroolbark have kicked it. They kicked their first of the day, 1 straight 6 to Mitcham, 1 behind.
Yeah, interesting. Mitcham early doors, they've been playing someone behind the ball, been swapping between Mark Parente as well as Jackson Glossop, but that seems to have not stemmed the scoring early. Mooroolbark getting their first on the board through fair bit of hard work the last couple of minutes.
I believe that was Watkins. Did anyone get a good... I think it was. So, first goal of the afternoon. It's taken a little while, but 9 minutes gone, so we're nearly halfway through the first quarter. But plenty of movement, but it's just as we get onto the boundary side. And
yeah, it was Braden Dobie who kicked that goal, gents.
Okay, thank you, mate. So Braden Dobie, we talked about him before the game. He's one of the three-pronged attack. Well, it's effectively two today, though, with one of the big guns out. Here's the ball, one out of the middle. And Mitcham again will go forward. They put it onto the left boot and they thump it forward to about half forward. It's bouncing around, socket off the ground there. Good work by Egan, but it's gone out of bounds. The idea was right.
So we go to Paul in the score centre.
Division 3, Waverley Blues lead Warrandyte by 3 points, 6 points to 3.
And so, ball to be brought back into play. There it goes. Monkhurst just unattended, uncontested, should I say. And they've got a bit of work to do here to get this out, but it's well done. Good little run away from Halo, and he's coughed it up. Here's a chance for Mooroolbark. Mackie now goes forward, trying to find a target, but nicely cut off there. That's terrific work. That's Brooks, Dylan Brooks. Goes across the grounds. Dangerous kick because there is a Mooroolbark player there, but it's nicely marked there by Nicholas. Riley Nicholas just chipping it across the back line, not making a lot of ground, but at least they're retaining possession. Into the middle of the ground now. Good strong mark taken there. That's Smythe, one of the stars of this Mitcham side. Smythe goes forward. Good mark taken there by West. So just trying to possess the ball at the moment. Mitcham just trying to hang on to it and just trying to get a bit of momentum as they lose it. And on the ground, the umpire says free kick. So some high contact, I think. And it'll be a Mitcham free kick. And it'll be Guy Lachlan to go back and line them up. And a chance to get Mitcham's first of the afternoon. They've been good, Mitcham. They've done some good things. So probably worth a goal. They've had a little bit of control in the last couple of minutes. Not a lot of wind, the boys on the boundary can tell us for sure, but there doesn't appear to be a lot of wind out there, so pretty good conditions for goal kicking today. Here's Lachlan. We've had 11 minutes in this first term. He's a right footer, so he comes in, he sends it on its way. Crowd were going off before he kicked it, but it's way off target. And he just got through for a minor score in the end. So one goal plays two behinds as we go boundary side.
Yeah, just on that point of no wind, Besto, yeah, I said just before the game started that there wasn't really any wind. There might be just a slight breeze maybe pushing towards our side of the ground, but no wind to speak of down here.
Thank you, mate.
So as Mooroolbark go inbound, just looking to clear out. That was hits his target there in Fordham. As we said, first game with the Mustangs. Through the hands of Mackey's turned over into the middle of the ground, and now Mitcham can respond. They go and hit up West. He'll look to go wide in the direction of Messenger. First game for the club today. And spoiled away, really well done. Put his body on the line, down the line, and the mark taken. There's Horsey, Zach Horsey. Plays on immediately, looks to go inbound in the direction of Prente, over the top of his head. And again, Mooroolbark will be able to clean up. They've done well their defence so far. And they find a target in Brooks. Not Brooks. Smith hits it, takes the mark in the middle of the ground here. And he hits his target. They're under a bit of pressure here. Mitcham's started well with their pressure around the contest. And he'll come wide again. Now to Trent Giorgio. They just work their way forward. He's kicked down the line. It's going to be turnover. And a good mark there taken by Nicholas. Looks to go inbound. The short chip hits his target. Plays on immediately, that May does. The handball off and now kicking wide to the other side. They'll look to switch the ball through Caulfield. Caulfield hits his target. And just slowly moving forward. Few turnovers so far. That's a good kick. Hits up Barton Smith in the middle. Chooses not to play on. Takes his time. And Mooroolbark's defenders get back. The kick's a long one down in the direction of Parenti. He's got 3 to beat. Made a good contest. And I think that crowd around there a couple of times have been fooled by it. It is the Mooroolbark supporters that have cheering. So if it's a cheer, it's probably Mooroolbark's way as we go to Paul Uconi in the school centre.
In Premier Division, Noble Park leads South Croydon by 28 points, 39-11, and Roeville lead Berwick 21-1.
It's a ball, bit of a scrap from the boundary throw in. I'm assuming we'll get another ball up. Jackson Hallow tackled there.
That Noble Park score, music to my ears. Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, so be very happy with that. The handball off from Smythe, kicking towards the direction of Parente again, but there look to be about 5 Mooroolbark players there as they clean that up through Mackie. Hits his target, and they'll go wide through Giorgio. And the mark on the boundary side there. Just using the ball very methodically. The kick back. Slow to get out. I've got some players open here. Oh, it's cut off. Really well done there by Nicholas, but they still mop up, and now they're on with the bounce. Hand passes off to Fordham, and the kick forward will just bounce out of bounds by Jonathan Egan, and will be a boundary throw in as we cross to Paul in the score centre.
Division 2, Knox lead by 2 points over East Burwood, 14-12.
Interesting stuff. All right, thank you, Paul. 15 minutes gone in this first term. Great conditions out here at Heights Reserve. Perfect for footy. And a pretty interesting game so far. Not a high-scoring game, but plenty of ball movement. Now the ball in the hands of, who is it? That's Fordham, one of the new players or late inclusions. And this Mooroolbark side, the ball goes to ground and the umpire says we'll have a ball up. So just the one goal so far. It was the Mustangs that kicked it and they lead by 6-2. 1 straight to 2 behinds. Good work in the ruck there by Lovell. He's a big man. Gets it up the line. Good work there by Halo. Jinks one way, goes the other way. Did really well in the end. And he hooks a kick forward, but there's nobody there. It bounces awkwardly. They can still get their hands on it. Trying to get it was Elms. Didn't quite make it. Now it's in the hands of Mooroolbark, and they work it away off Hocking's boot into the centre of the ground. Just looking for that next kick. Taking a long time to get rid of it. It's Noonan, just surveying his options, decides to go out wide. Mark taken, but they're not making a lot of ground, just chipping it across the ground from one side to the other. It's Giorgio down the line. Mark taken. Both sides intent on just trying to get some control and just chip it around. That's Watkins now, gets it back. Good work over there by number 6, which is Fordham. Will Fordham, one of the late inclusions. Mark taken there by Anseldi. So not getting a lot of ground. It's all over the place at the moment. There's Big Hocking trying to pick it up, but he can't get it. Now it's a little handball off, and they're just chipping into the middle of the ground. Mark taken there by Egan. Now they decide to go forward. Can they get a mark? Almost. Good work coming across was Barton Smith. He may... No, he's going to be umpires his play on. Thought he might have considered the free kick. Now the end ball. You can see Mitcham's rebound off halfback is really good. Here. Beautifully done. That's Urim. They deserve a goal here. This is a really smart bit of movement. Beautiful kick too. And the mark is taken there by Lachlan. He wheels around, goes forward, and that's almost a mark taken there, but they're still out of danger, Mooroolbark, as they try and extricate themselves, and they will do. The handball over the top will find its target, and they'll work their way out and kick forward there by Egan. It's probably going to come back, though. It's been marked there. Nicely done there by Lovell, and he will bring it back, and Mitcham continue to attack.
So now through the hands of Glossop, goes right back to Brooks, down in the heart of the defence, the defensive 50. His handball off to Parenti. They go wide again and looks to be cut off there. Well done by Ensoldi.
A lot of lateral work here today. A lot of kicking across the ground. Yeah, 2 very patient teams. Very high mark ratio, I would have thought. But it's very interesting given the conditions.
It is. They've looked to switch the ball. Both sides have. And that mark kick sort of play as the ball comes back in. Lovell in the ruck got the tap out. And Mitcham go forward now into the hands of Elms. He's pushed forward. Wanted the hands off, but decided not to. And his kick is smothered. But they're still able to get it through West. And West goes in, launches them inside 50. The mark almost taken by Lachlan, but is dropped. And once again, their defence is very good. They're able to mop up through the hands. And almost the tackle there. Smythe got his kick on ball. Elms is there. The tackle, the pressure's hot. They're just trying to get a clear possession, but very cut off as they kick it forward. Another collision as the ball looks to be brought up for a ball in on the far side. So go to Paul Yukoni in the Sports Centre.
Premier Division, Park Orchards lead Doncaster by 8 points, 15-7.
So throw in, back inside Mitcham's forward 50. Just a 2 behind to them, but they've attacked the ball quite well. Had a few chances up forward. Trail Mooroolbark by 4 points. Almost 20 minutes gone in this first quarter. Not much scoring as of yet for 2 sides that can put on quite the performance as the ball's tapped forward and Kennedy may escort that out of bounds as he does, but it does inch a bit closer to Mitcham's goals. Said both sides have had great seasons to date. Mooroolbark undefeated 10 straight. Mitcham have won 6 of the last 7 to put themselves clear into third position. Tap out by Elms. Mooroolbark with the numbers around the ball. They should be able to clear out. Takes his time. He's running to traffic. Or caught by Cherry, and that's holding the ball. Just had way too much time and didn't see Cherry behind him and wrapped up in the tackle. So Mitcham again with another set shot chance. Got to put these through against a really quality side. For Cherry. They've had their chances. If we hear a bit of a cheer, we probably know he's missed.
Bronx cheer's getting a very good workout.
They're coming in. Looks all right. Off the boot. And he's got it. They get around him. That's Mitcham's first through Cherry. Mitcham now lead 1-2-8 to Mooroolbark 1-6. 20 minutes gone. Gents, bit of an interesting start, bit of a slow start, but Mitcham finally able to hit the scoreboard.
Very interesting start. As we've spoken about, a lot of the uncontested kick mark style. I actually think Mitcham have looked the better team. Honestly, the first 20 minutes, they've looked a lot more attacking, a lot more controlled. Mooroolbark have gone inside 50 less. I think, all those things combined. It's good to see Mitcham get their first goal. They probably deserve it.
Yeah, agree with that, Will. So Jesse Cherry, until we say that was the cherry on top because they have been playing pretty well.
It's the first quarter. Come on.
Go on.
Wait to pull out that.
We'll pull it out later.
Yeah, sorry, boys. With the stats coming here through is Mitcham have had more intercept marks than Mooroolbark down back, so I think that's where they're getting their running carry from. Back to you guys.
So Smith it was who had the ball, but he got dispossessed out towards the boundary line. Uren gets it back now. So Mitcham with the ball at the moment. They lead by 2 points. Not a high-scoring game. On the ground over there was Hallow. He looked like a high shot, but the umpire said nothing doing. It's getting pretty willing over there too, but the umpire says a free kick. There's been some high contact there, and the play getting up with the footy. I think it's Barton Smith looking a little bit worse for wear. Chip back to Barton Smith now, with the footy. Goes right across the halfback. As Will mentioned, they've been chipping it across the ground, but maybe need to look to a more direct route. Now the mark taken there by Tui. Tui just slowing it down. We're 21 minutes into this first quarter. Just the 2 goals to speak of. Down the line. Ball on the ground. It's there to be picked up, and it is by Big Dobie. He's had a good season in the goal-kicking stakes, but at the moment he's got to do a bit of work around the ground. Little handball back, nicely done. That's Mark Parente. Little chip inside, and Mitcham again, just controlling it at the back. Glossop goes across the ground. What is he doing? My words. It's gone through for a minor score. That was a complete miskick by Glossop. So the score's currently just 1 point apart as we get 22 minutes into the first term. It's 8-7, so 1-2 playing 1-1 at the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Paul Uconi in the score centre.
In Division 1, Montrose lead East Ringwood by 16 points, 24-8, and Beaconsfield lead Wanturna South by 19 points, 31-12.
Mitcham under a lot of pressure here. They've just turned it over through the hands of Pavey. Now here's a chance of Watkins. Kicks it long up to the got it. It's gone right through the middle. Stephen Watkins, well done there. The defensive pressure around the ball, able to get the ball out, and a strong finish there, and one they probably needed. So Mooroolbark 2-1-13, Mitcham 1-2-8. Boys, if you had to say they're within a goal at half time, within a goal at quarter time, is that a win for Mitcham? Or right now with the way they're playing, is this probably a bit of a poor start?
On face value, it should be a win, but I think having watched the first 22 and a half minutes, I don't think it is really. I really do think Mitcham have been playing better football. Mooroolbark have just kicked 2 goals in, not many inside 50s this quarter.
So back in the middle, the tap out mirrors Mitcham's way, but almost pushing the back. Haller gets his hands out to Barton Smith, cut off, and now Mooroolbark's chance to go forward. They kick it long. That was DeMonte. Right up towards the top of the goal square. Couldn't quite take the mark. Into the hands of Hocking. He's round the ball. Tackled, but he got his kick away into Jai Jordan. He'll run into an open goal and launches it right through.
Has he just missed that? Has he just missed that?
And
he's missed.
Well, he may have missed that. It may have gone over the post. Definitely Josh May seems to think so. And
that is...
We'll get the ARC system out.
Unbelievable.
And I don't know what's happened there. He had all the time. Well, I don't know why he didn't have to kick it that hard, really, and that may cost him.
He could have just dribbled it through for a goal.
Yeah, just...
We've got 4 umpires
to boot that out of Heights reserve. So
I don't think the goal umpire knows. He's
He's
given
called
the
it a goal.
Oh.
That was definitely
Bit of
benefit of the
theatre,
doubt.
but Jai Jordan gets their third. They'll go to 3-1-19, 1-2-8 Mitcham. Boys, did we think that was a goal?
I honestly think that was behind. I'm going to sit on the play devil advocates for a second, and I reckon that's gone over the top of the. I mean, look, really, you shouldn't be missing it from there, and I think the umpire's probably taken the safer option in calling it a goal, but here we are.
So what's the rule in the benefit of the doubt? Does it go to the attacking team or the defending team? Because you could just as easily say, if you're not sure, you call it a behind, but it's one of those things anyway. I'm sure the boys of Mooroolbark won't be complaining as the ball is back in the middle. A strong tackle on there on McArdle, and he's been taken at grounds.
I think probably just from how far out he was, the benefit of the doubt would probably go towards the goal. I don't think it's a natural rule, but I think just...
Fair point. So up it goes. Monkhurst might have just got the head out there. We've had some 25 minutes nearly played. And Mooroolbark up by 19-8. I think Mitcham would be a bit filthy, though, because I think they really should be a lot closer, and if not in front. But the scoreboard probably not reflecting the way the game's going. And we've got a shoelace issue, which has been sorted. So the umpire says we'll throw it up. Up it goes. Monkhurst took it out of the ruck that time. He didn't even bother with a tap. And the hands over there of Cherry, who gets a handball off. Now the ball goes forward. But a bit of defending to be done. Juggling it was the Mooroolbark player. Now Mitcham with the footy, but there is the siren. So we are 25 minutes only in that first term. The umpire says that will do us. And it's a pretty interesting first term. Mitcham probably the better side, but they trail in the Bendigo Bank scoreboard 3-1-19 to 1-2-8.
The goal kickers of the first quarter, Stephen Watkins with one, Jai Jordan and Braden Dobie all with one for Mooroolbark, and for Mitcham, Jesse Cherry with the only one. After the break, we'll be hearing from the coaches with the boundary riders, Josh Ward and Jared Beanland. Yeah, you're listening to the Eastland's Match of the Day, Mooroolbark versus Mitcham at Heights Reserve.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported. Available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Heights Reserve for the EFL Eastland's match of the day, Division 1, Mooroolbark versus Mitcham. First versus third, been an interesting start to the game. Mitcham looked pretty good, but they trail on the scoreboard by 11 points. We will go to the boundary riders soon to see which coach they've got there, but Blake Tennant, you're in the stats. Anything interesting or stand out in that first quarter for either side?
Yeah, definitely. I think the intercept marks has definitely been a big one for Mitcham. If they kept up with Mooroolbark there for about a good old 20 minutes, and then obviously Mooroolbark kicked 2 goals quickly. Another thing also, Mooroolbark's clearances have been high. I think they're a 4-2 that I've just checked in my stats. Then their midfield is definitely, I reckon it's playing a pretty big part, you would say, with how they're on top with the game. So yeah, I definitely think that as well. That's mainly the big thing, you would say.
Certainly, and Will, is it for Mitcham just being able to take their chances while going forward? Because they did have a few times that they kicked forward and there were 3-4 Mooroolbark defenders that were just in the way. Is it just their kick inside 50?
I absolutely think so, Ryan. They were, a thing I harped on about earlier in the game is they were very quick to send one back. So defensively, they've had structure to go forward well. Is they're used going inside 50, which has probably hurt them. And Mooroolbark, they've just taken their chances. I mean, we saw them kick 2 real late goals in the first quarter, and that's the difference between us saying that Mitcham are now behind the 8 ball and saying that they're in front of the 8 ball. So I think it's a big second quarter for Mitcham naturally, but I'd like to see them hit the scoreboard more than what they have so far.
Yeah, certainly have, and they definitely need to with the side against playing against a side like Mooroolbark who can kick 4 or 5 goals in the space of 5 minutes. So that's really important for them to get away as Mooroolbark come out, and looks like we'll be going to Neil Winton shortly on the boundary side. Besso, what was your thoughts on that opening term?
Yeah, I just think Mitcham would be really disappointed. I think we talked about them having the...
say a couple of words? Yeah, cool. Awesome.
Okay, we'll just go down to the boundary. I think Jared's got Neil Winton down there.
Yep, I've got Neil Winterton down here, coach of Mitcham. So pretty positive in the huddle right there. What are the couple of things that you guys feel like you need to improve?
Just our entries going forward. They're obviously getting quite a few numbers back, so we need to be mindful of that and not just blaze away. And, we want to get the ball to Jake deep forward, but there's no point kicking it to him when he's got 3 blokes on him. So we just need to be a bit smarter with our forward 50 entries.
And the boys in the box noted you're playing a pretty patient game. Do you feel like that's intentional, or would you prefer to speed the game up a little bit?
Yeah, look, we would preferably like to play quick, but sometimes you can only play the way the opposition allow you to. So if we need to be patient with our ball movement, we need to do that at times. But ideally, yes, we'd like to get a bit more speed on the ball.
Thanks very much, Neil. Good luck for the rest of the game.
Thanks there, Jared, with the Mitcham coach, Neil Winton. Would be nice to have him back out there on the field, getting a game like this. Obviously, he's doing a fantastic job on the sidelines coaching this side. That's proved drastically over the last 7 weeks as we go to Josh Ward.
Yeah, I was listening into Brett Lavers at that quarter-time huddle. He was impressed with the intensity, physicality and pressure, but he wants his players to lower the eyes, be a bit more composed and take their time coming from defence in this next quarter.
So back in the middle now, Mitcham through the hands of Barton Smith. And Mooroolbark there almost being held, and he was. That's Fordham. So he earned himself a free kick as he ties his shoelace up.
He's had 5 minutes to do that.
I was going to say we had the halftime break, didn't he, man?
But he lets the Mitcham defenders come back, so it doesn't really help him out at all. He takes his time. He's play on immediately, almost caught from behind. He was lucky. He just gets his kick away inside 50, and a good body work there by, I believe, Brooks, holding his ground to take the mark. I'm playing against Watkins there. Oh, that was actually Nicholas. As Nicholas goes wide, hits his target. And they look again. Jesse Uren in the middle of the ground. They're just a bit slow, but they've worked the ball well so far when they've done this. He goes down the line onto the far side. And 2 Mooroolbark players there are able to spoil that out of bounds. Actually, it lands in the hands of a teammate. And now they can use this to go forward. Hits up a target. They look to go inbound. Fordham takes the mark. 50 metres out. And again, just slowly walks back. And is he going to go for a set shot? He won't. Plays on. And hits up a target in Jordan, who just pushes aside his opponent a bit roughly. But did really well to take the mark. And a good kick. They're just the lead in there in front of Brooks. So Jordan will have the first chance for the first goal of the second quarter and giving them a bit of a handy lead, boys.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this will now put them 17 points up. early in the second quarter. We keep saying it, but I think the chances that Mitcham missed in the first quarter, these look to really come back to bite them if they can stop this one.
A big kick here for Jai Jordan. I believe he's second in the goal kicking behind Jake Parenti. Comes in about 35 out. Nice kick so far. It looks through the middle. It holds a distance. It does. And the first goal for the second quarter is going Mooroolbark's way through the hands of Jai Jordan, who kicks his second. And they now go to a 4-1-25 to Mitcham 1-2-8 as we go boundary side with Josh Ward.
And that's what Brett Lavers also wanted in this quarter. Lower the eyes, be a bit more composed, and that's exactly what they did in that passage of play. And they gave it to. Jai Jordan got a pretty easy set shot that he got the legs, but yeah, it's a promising start for the Mustangs.
So Jai Jordan getting off the leash, 23 goals coming into today. He's already got 2, so up to 25. As the ball is one out of the middle by Monkhurst. In danger of Mooroolbark of just kicking away here. So we need to get a response from Mitcham. They win the ball in the middle of the ground, but they won't free it. It's well and truly wrapped up in there. And it was Cherry on the bottom of that. I've never seen so many guys with long hair. In fact, I think it was Halo. And probably the last one to talk about long hair is Monkhurst wins the ball out of the middle.
That makes up for your cherry joke earlier in the call.
So Barton Smith it was. He got dispossessed. The boys are picking on me as Monkhurst gets it out of the ruck, gets a kick forward. Ball on the ground. Trying to get his hands on it. There was Hagar. Couldn't do so. It's been socketed forward. Good work across there, though, by number 45 is May. May, funny, will kick out towards the boundary line. It may well go out of bounds. No, it's been kept in over there. Scooped up, so Mitcham with a chance to bring it back. Well, that's a good tackle, really good tackle from Keeling. Ball spills out, and the umpire says play on. Probably could have been rewarded for that one. A few dodgy handballs going on here at the moment. They're all over the place. And they're struggling to get themselves out of this, Mitcham.
Switch was on there.
And they have turned it over, so Mooroolbark to come inside now. They go down the line, trying to find a target. Beautifully marked over there, though. It's a superb play. I think it might be Nicholas over there. Brings it in board. So once again, Mitcham going to chip it around as they did for much of that last quarter. They get a bit of run off half back now. They go down the line. Once again, kick not finding its target initially. Getting on the outside there was Smythe. And that's a good kick. And the mark is taken. Is that Parenti? I think it is. Hasn't had the busiest of days, Big Jake, but he's got on the end of one. So a chance for him to open his account here, albeit a difficult one. So 39 goals for Jake Parenti this year. Far and away the leading goal kicker in this division. He can kick number 40 here, but he's going to take his all of his skill because it's a difficult kick. He's going to come from almost hard up against the boundary. See what he does. Does he go with a bit of a banana, bit of a check side, maybe just a straight out drop punt? Here he comes. Looks like he's setting up for there's the kick. I tell you what, it's not a bad effort. That's a brilliant kick. Well fantastic. Jake Parenti's first, and that is definitely the clubhouse leader for the Tobin brothers goal of the day. That is a super kick, and it puts Mitcham back in this game as they close the margin up to 6 points. It's 4-1-25 to 3-2-14 on that, 3-2-20 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Very important one. Jake Parenti, as you said, 39 goals coming into this season, into this afternoon clash. Very important. And now they were looking for him in that first quarter, but a few times he had 2 or 3 opponents around him. So those are the opportunities when to kick it to him, when he does have a one-on-one contest. As we go back into the middle, Monkhouse will grab the ball out of the ruck. He's almost just threw it out, but tackled by Veach, but they get the hands through Noonan. Now they can go forward and towards a mark, and Jai Jordan in front played it well and was able to hold on to the ball. And it's going to be a tough afternoon for Dylan Brooks, who has his hands full with a really talented forward who probably will step up now that Mullet isn't down there. Though Aaron Mullet has played a bit of time in the midfield this season so far, but still able to hit the scoreboard in big fashion.
Quite ironic that Mullet's not playing today with all the long hair out there.
You're right. It is a bit of a younger thing, and Mitcham have got a younger group. As Jai Jordan comes in, looking for goal number 3. Still early on, 6 minutes into the second quarter. Looks wide off the boot, and that will just be a minor score. So Mooroolbark go to 4-2-26. As the ball is brought back in. I've got a 2-goal lead over Mitcham as we go to Paul Uconi in the score centre.
In Premier Division, Noble Park leads South Croydon by 34 points, 46 to 12. Rowville lead Berwick by 14 points, 21 to 7, and Park Orchards lead by 8 points over Doncaster, 15 to 7 at quarter time.
Thank you, Paul. Noble Park must be pretty close to declaring out there, I'd say. Hands of Lovel, who chips it down the line. Good work by Mitcham. They need to respond. They bring it inbound. As a little kick finds Barton Smith. Barton Smith, good little run off halfback again. Now they go forward. Can someone get on the end of this? Where's Parente? He's there, and he's got his hands on it. I tell you what, he's he's hit the post. That would have been a fantastic goal. He went with the sort of the half-pie dribble, but it just banged into the post. Spectacular play, and Mooroolbark will be able to bring it back in. Margin back to 5.
Almost a big chance there. Tried to dribble it through. The opposite of Jai Jordan in that first quarter. As Kennedy will look to clear it out, going to the far side, coach's box side as he hits a target. Their back six has been quite strong all year. It's probably underrated how well defensively of a side they are. We always talk about their forward presence. Hits a target in Capuano. Down the line, got a lot of Mitcham players around the ball. If it falls, hits the ground. But it's instead will go Mooroolbark's way as they kick forward and almost looking into the hands of a teammate, but Mark Parente was in the way, who allows the ball to go over the line. It was Paul Hager there that was open if the kick was a bit shorter. That will get a boundary throw on the far side. Currently lead by 11 points, sorry. The ball brought back in. Elms just taps it in the direction of a teammate who takes on one, handball off, and they look to keep linking up as they go on the far side. The kick now over the top of a teammate. Mackie could be able to run onto this from Mooroolbark. He doesn't. Mitcham, able to get a kick forward. They look to hands it off into the hands of West. Couldn't quite grab it. And now Mooroolbark clean up through Noonan. The handball out and just a kick just to get it out of the way. Didn't go far. And now Mitcham can go through Hallow. Hands it off to Parenti. His kick is a good one. Hits up Jesse Smythe. Really well done. That's a beautiful kick on the run. The look inbound, and that's exactly what Neil Winton would like. The entries have been a bit better in this second quarter, being able to hit some targets up. So Jesse Smythe, important play for the Mitcham Footy Club. And doesn't want to kick it, looks short and hits up Parenti.
Oh.
And Mooroolbark just caught sleeping there, allowed Parenti a run at the ball. So Parenti now with a shot, bit of a tough angle, but a bit closer to goal.
Just watching the replay there, he absolutely caught the Mooroolbark defenders off guard. Did his job very, very well, leading for that ball.
And good eyes by Smythe to realise he was there.
Selfless.
Again, probably a similar sort of position that he kicked his last one in. It's a beautiful kick of the footy. So he'll back himself. Jake Parenti looking for goal number 2. The right boot. Struck it okay, but it's too far left, and the wind sort of just takes it out. But that is out on the full. Let's touch on the line. Nope, it is out on the full. So Mooroolbark now will clear it, and we'll go to Paul Uconi in the score centre.
In Division 2, East Burwood lead Knox by 5 points, 31 to 26, and Templestowe lead Oakley District by 18 points, 26 to 8.
Thank you, Paul. So Mackie in the back line finds Noonan. Nice kick as they'll work it out of defence, Mooroolbark. So still the 5 points in it. Neither side being able to break away. Little handball to Kennedy. Hadn't called his name too many times. Gets it out wide. Left foot kick down the line. Over the top and towards the boundary line. Nicely picked up there. Handball from, I think it was Veach. Now it's out. This is good work by McCardle now as Mitcham go forward again. There's the kick. Mark not taken. It's there for the need there to be won on the ground. Out it comes again. Jigging his way out of that was Halo. Now it's going to go back. And the mark is taken nicely there by Smythe. Jesse Smythe, he's played well today so far. So he's hard up against the boundary line. What does he do? Sells a bit of candy, then decides to send it inbound. Can they get on the end of it? Plenty of Mooroolbark defenders back there. Good work it was from Anna and Seldy. Out towards the boundary. Will it stay in over there? Don't think so. No, it's out of bounds. So we've had 11 minutes of play in this second term as we go into the school centre with Paul Uconi.
Got a quarter-time score from Division 3. Ferntree Gully lead Fair Park by 4 points, 20-16. And Waverley Blues lead Warrandyte by 17 points, 28-11.
So we'll get another boundary throw in on the far side. Just outside Mitcham's forward 50. They would like another one to really bring this margin back into a striking distance. In the ruck, Monkhouse almost just grabbed it out of there. And a bit of a scrap at the bottom. There's Cherry. 3 Mooroolbark players on top of him. Lead to another ball up. They'll be happy with their start still. Their pressure's been good and they've used the ball well when they've linked up. And they've started to hit some targets inside 50 that's important. So the handball out. Can't pick it up. And now it'll lead to a Austin Smith from Mooroolbark, who kicks the ball just before he's tackled, goes towards the boundary side, and he'll just roll out. I think the Mitcham coaching box wanted that deliberate, but that was never going to be paid. So we get a boundary throw in. For a couple of minutes. We've got 12 minutes gone in this second quarter. Into the ruck, just grabbed out, tackled by Elms. Brilliantly done. And Mitcham will get the free kick here. Look to go forward. So Elms looking for Jesse Smythe, was pushed out of it. And the mark taken. They defend quite strong all afternoon. The kick goes wide and almost taken by DeMonte, but the bounce out of these hands and out of bounds as we go to Paul Uconi around the grounds.
In Division 4, Surrey Park lead Forest Hill by 14 points, 27-13. Kilsyth lead Nunawading by 14 points, 21-7. And Sylvan lead Churnside Park by 33 points, 52-19.
And thank you, Paul. Doing a great job as always in the score centre, keeping us up to date with all those important around the ground scores. There's the ball over on the far side where it's spent quite a bit of time today. Ball handballed, come back inside. It was Cherry for a moment, but then he got it forward on the ground. There to be contested. Picked up nicely over there by McManus. McManus goes down the line. Now it's scooped up over there by Elms. It's a little bit untidy at the moment, and the mark in the end is taken. So Mooroolbark will have possession of the football, and they can get something a little more structured going here. And that's a nice kick too. Hagar says, let's just calm it down. Just try and hit some targets for a moment. And then he proceeds to produce a pretty dodgy kick. Inside, it's been turned over. So here's Mitcham coming forward again. There's the kick forward. Good mark taken there. Nicely done by Smythe. He's been very good so far in this game. And he's hit Parente. That's a good kick. And Parente too good for his man. Just shrugs him off. He lets him know about it too. And he'll go back and line up. How many has he got, Parente? Just the one, but he could have had probably, I think he missed one before. So could have had...
the one off the ground was probably the big one that really should have kicked.
Yep, absolutely. So he'll go back and line this one up. And if he kicks this, Mitcham will be in front.
No, the score is wrong on the screen in front of us, Besto. They're 11 points down at the moment.
Okay, all right. So just an issue with our scoreboard. So here he comes, Parente, and he sprayed it as soon as he... In fact, no, I think he's kicked it. He has. It looked like it came off his boot at a really weird angle, but it's gone through. So Jake Parente gets his second, and that must bring it back to a 5-point margin. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. Mooroolbark 4-2-26, Mitcham 3-3-21. So they cut the margin back well and just put themselves into a much better position.
Yeah, they are. They're probably getting the reward that I thought they would have had on the scoreboard in the first quarter. Mooroolbark really seem to have been struggling these last 5, 6, 7 minutes. So it's good to see a nice close game.
So Mitcham, you're right. They have started well in the middle again. It's a battle that they're going to have to win if they're going to get up today. So in the ruck, Elms gets it, just tries to tap forward, but he's a midfielder in Mooroolbark who hand passes it off. The kick forward bounces in front of his intended target, who just hand passes in the direction of Smith, does well, puts it on the right boot, just launches it forward, didn't really look at where he was kicking, but just needed to get it forward, and the mark's taken. It's Mitcham now. They go through the middle. Barn Smith hand passes off to Parente. He can run, he can take a bounce, doesn't. Kicks it forward into the direction of Parente to his brother, and he's kick in front of Lachlan. Does really well against his opponent to almost be able to collect it, but the boundary line beats them both as we go around the grounds with Paul Uconi.
In Premier Division, Vermont and Blackburn are level at 24 apiece. North Ringwood lead Norwood by 6 points, 20-14, and Noble Park lead South Croydon by 63 points, 77 to 14.
Sorry to cut you off, Paul, but someone's just got a yellow card here. I believe the Mitcham play on the boundary line here. So they've given away a free kick, and I'm assuming maybe a bit of dissent or something has given a yellow card. Can't quite see the player.
Yellow card
from
with
the
dissent. Wow.
Possibly. I'm talking,
Speculation, but
speculation. But
even still, there didn't seem to be that much.
Yeah, well, what I saw the player from Mitcham just knocked, I think it was Keeling, number 23, yep.
Another one.
Yeah, he knocked him first, and then I think he came back at him the second time. So I'm not sure if it was that or, yeah.
And 25.
So Mooroolbark, a bit of luck here. Well, not luck, but a bit of mismanagement with Mitcham.
Mitcham do not need this.
And the kick forward, almost 2 Tigers to beat there, who spoiled it out of bounds. So well done by Thomas Lovell.
Boundary.
As we go boundary side with Josh Ward.
It was Guy Lachlan who got yellow carded, so a bit of a blow for Mitcham. He's been a pretty good player for them this year, but a bit of ill discipline from him.
That is a big loss. He will be back on with the yellow card, but very important play to the midfield. That they don't need someone like that out at the moment, but they try to link up on the boundary line. It's cut off, but their tackle's good and their pressure. We're going to keep forcing it forward and force Watkins to run out of bounds for another boundary throw-in as we go to Paul Uconi for around the ground scores.
Division 1, East Ringwood lead Montrose by 11 points, 37 to 26.
So boundary throw-in. The tap out goes in the direction of Mooroolbark as they go forward. They've got front position. Mark almost there, taken by Mackie. And the handball forward. They've got some players on the kick up towards goal. Is it going to get there? It does. It reaches over the hands of Brooks through for the middle. And Mooroolbark get their 5th, 5-2-32 to Mitcham 3-3-21 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. Boys, a bit of a turnaround. Mitcham had the momentum, but the yellow card and a few 25 metres, and Mooroolbark end up with a goal.
Yeah, ill-disciplined. As I said before, Mitcham don't need this right now. I think we're hopefully not, but it looks to have shifted the momentum at least the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, definitely. I think the momentum, as Ryan touched on, it's a massive thing in footy these days. Like, if you're not switched on and, if you're giving away cheap free kicks like that, it's definitely a prudent point.
And Paul Uconi around the grounds?
In Division 2, East Burwood lead Knox by 9 points, 35 to 26.
So the kick to the wards the wing, the Mitcham kick. Isn't going to go too far, but the lucky bounce for him as Veach kicked it, but turned right over. Now to Dibsdale. Takes his time before he kicks. Looking for his target. Almost mark taken. Falls into the hands of Tui, who goes down the line. That's not really going too far. And Mooroolbark will be able to clear it forward again. Their kick into the direction of Jordan, almost from behind. And standing his ground, didn't quite take the mark there. It was, I think, Glossop. Brave man to stand in front of a full charging Jai Jordan.
So umpire to throw it up. Margin is 11 points. It's probably I think it's the biggest margin or the game high margin of the day, or pretty close to it. As the kick comes out here towards the boundary line, let's see if the umpire will pay this one as deliberate. No, he's decided just to throw it in.
Just a bit of an unprompted question for the boys on the boundary if we've got them. No, we don't.
Nope. Not at the moment.
That's right.
Come back to them shortly. So we just ticked over the 20-minute mark. So we're into time on at the end of this first half. And it's Mooroolbark by 11 points. Ball in the middle of the ground. Trying to pick it up over there was Pavey. Now the kick forward. Trying to find a target. Where's Parente? There he is, trying to pick it up on the ground, but he gets worried out of it. Little stab kick forward. The danger's not over yet, though. The next one's the important one. Handball over the top. Trying to find his man was Tui, it was. Now the kick forward by Mooroolbark, but it's going to come back again. It's a really scrappy period of play as it's just socket off the ground. But once again, Mitcham with a chance to bring it back. Almost a high shot there. That was Lovell. Gets it back inbound to Barton Smith. Barton Smith again. That's high. Surely it's high. And the umpire sees no play on. Now Mooroolbark will get it forward. They'll be disappointed with that. Mitcham, they should have made something better of that. And a big head on the ground. That was Noonan. Just shoved his man out of the way. But lucky not to concede a free perhaps. Now they go back up the line. But Spall coming in there. But Mooroolbark will have it through the Watkins. Watkins on the ground.
Watkins a bit slow to get up. Looks like he's almost holding his hand or his shoulder or his
took
wrist.
A bit of a whack, I think.
Tackle.
Yeah, definitely it was. Umpire to throw it up again. So we're 21 minutes gone. As we're into time on the second half as Monkius takes it out of the ruck. It'll kick forward. Going back there, trying to keep it in, but the whistle's gone. Disappointing there was Smith. He tried to just paddle it to his own advantage, couldn't do so. And the umpire says we'll have a throw-in. So 11-point margin. Mitcham would love to get one before half-time just to keep themselves within touch. And it goes right over the back, bouncing around there. Mitcham getting possession of the footy. Good tackle by Watkins. But nothing doing there. We'll just have a bit of pushing and shoving. Big Monkhurst. I wouldn't be taking him on.
Yeah.
He'd be the last person I'd be picking a fight with.
Vijay's got a death wish.
Yeah.
And now the ruck, Lovell, just slams it on the boot looking for a target there, but one-on-one battle. And it just played on and caught in a tackle by two Tigers and caught for holding the ball.
I think he played on.
Yeah, played on. Was a bit unlucky, but now Mitcham have a chance to go forward themselves. Looking for Jesse Smythe. Kept the ball in front of him. He did well beat his opponent. Takes him on now. His kick is very wide, and there's two Mooroolbark players and the boundary line. And the boundary line wins. So, right out of bounds on the full. Did well, though, to scoop that up and clear forward. Probably had a bit more time than he thought. This ball goes up towards the wing, towards us, into the hands of Tom Lovell for Mitcham, who cuts it off. The intercept mark. Bit of feeling in this now.
Sorry.
Lovell goes inside 50 and hits Parenti on the chest. And Jake Parenti will line up for goal number 3. It's been a battle of Parenti and Jordan at both ends of the field so far.
I was just going to ask, Blake, how many intercept marks have we had for between Mooroolbark and Mitcham? Mitcham looked like they've had far more today.
Yeah, I'll just touch on that one. Mitcham had 7 intercept marks, and this quarter they've already hit the 5. So definitely a lot of marks coming through their backs in there, and that's why they're setting up. So it's really good to see.
Jake Parenti lining up for goal number 3. Prominent goal kicker. The right boot, bit of a float off the boot, but it's gone through. And Mitcham kick a very needed goal. They bring the margin back. 4-3-27, trail by 5 points. Mooroolbark 5-2-32 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. 23 minutes gone in this second quarter. But it's been a pretty entertaining second quarter so far with a bit of feeling in it.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, definitely a little bit of feeling in it. We've seen a couple of spot fires break out, one that's resulted in a yellow card and a couple just outside the front of our window here. But it's good. It looks like it's got Mitcham back in the game a little bit. And we're here for a tight contest, and that's exactly what we've got so far.
Indeed, 23 and a half minutes played in this second term. So it's a 5-point ball game. Just one side just can't seem to get that breakaway. Umpire to send it skywards once again as we get restarted. There's Monkhurst against Elms. Elms it was who won it. In fact, it was Smith, sorry. Now the ball is there for Mooroolbark and they win it. They get it out the back. Just trying to get something going. Little chip out towards the wing. Might be a little bit overcooked. Will it sit? Yes, it will. Nice work there by Smith. He's going to have to get rid of it, and he does. Goes a funny little kick. Coming across there nicely was Brooks for Mitcham on the ground, and eventually it's across the boundary line. And the umpire says we'll have there's a bit of pushing and shoving as we go to Paul Uconi in the score centre.
In Division 3, Waverley Blues lead Warrandyte by 23 points, 34-11. And in Division 4, Nunawading lead Kilsyth by 5 points, 26-21.
Thanks, Paul. So a bit of pushing and shoving, but it was all fairly incidental. Monkhurst gets the win out of the ruck. Ball was kicked forward now, down towards about the half-forward line, and the umpire's whistle has gone. Free kick to Mitcham. So taken there by Elms. He goes quickly, trying to find Parenti, but he was worried out of it. Good work there by Reynolds. And it's going to stay in, though. The danger's not passing yet. And, in fact, in the end, Mooroolbark do get it. And they'll rebound off half-back. So the danger is over for the moment. Nice mark taken there. And they'll bring it out, Mooroolbark.
So Will Fordham will switch the ball again onto the far side. They've got some numbers. Smith's open here if they can kick it to him. And they do. The kick's just over the top of his head now. So he's meant to work. He runs onto it, gets it first. Almost looks like he ducked his head in a tackle against Lovell. And he was caught. He was looking for the high contact. But that was holding the ball every day of the week. As again, Jai Jordan looked like just went to play on by Lovell. So much happening here at the moment as he goes down the line looking for his target in Elms. The free kick given in the direction of Mooroolbark, but Jai Jordan was lucky not to give away a 25 there.
That was a big flop.
If he actually made contact. Noonan now on the wing. And his kick hits Giorgio. They've got Kennedy open if he wants a short option, and he does. So Kennedy with the ball. 26 minutes gone in this second quarter. Won't be much time left. So Giorgio, the kick smothered, and it's just down the line. Hines, he's targeting to Monty, who just launches it long to a one-on-one contest. The Mitcham player did very well to mark the ball. And
think he thought it was
Thrown
play
off
on.
I guess it was play on in the end, and the handball out now to Fordham. Takes his time, kicks cut off there, and there's a lot in this at the moment. Bit of feeling, Vesto. But Mooroolbark at the moment at half time will go with a 5-point lead, 5-2-32 to Mitcham, 4-3-27.
Yeah, Jake Parente's been the big star of that quarter. He's kicked 3 goals for Mitcham. Cherry's got 1 for Mitcham, and I think I might have missed out a couple here, but Watkins has got 1 for Mooroolbark, and Jordan's got a couple as well, as has Dobie with 1. So a pretty interesting first half, should I say, and it's Mooroolbark with their noses in front at halftime, 5-2-32 to 4-3-27, and we'll come back after the break and bring you all the wrap-up for the first half.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. To Heights Reserve. We've got a very interesting clash out here between Mooroolbark and Mitcham. Mooroolbark up 5-2, 32 to 4-3, 27. Josh Ward here, hosting the halftime show. Got Jared Beanland, my fellow boundary rider, alongside me, and Blake Tennant. Jared, we were both on the boundary. What do you make of that contest first half?
Yeah, look, first quarter, both teams have to be very patient, and I feel like a little bit of the composure was lost during the second quarter. Not only with the discipline that we saw on the field there with the yellow card, and a couple of unnecessary free kicks being given, perhaps mostly by Mitcham, but also the composure of the ball movement as well. I think definitely started to decline during that second quarter from both teams.
Yeah, and I spoke with Brett Lavers at quarter time as well. He was a bit surprised as well with, how many numbers Mitcham flooded back into defence, and with the slower ball movement as well. I'd seen only on footage that, they'd like to move that ball fast. They started to slowly do that in the second term, but yeah, it it lacked a bit of composure that second term, and both sides had a bit of composure in this first term. Blake, what do you make of it from inside the van here?
Oh, I think it's definitely momentum builders. Like you guys touched on with the yellow card and all that. As soon as that happened, Mooroolbark just kicked a goal. So if you think about it, it's all about momentum and all that. Like we saw with Parente, like 3 1/4 momentum again coming in. It's definitely one of those games. It's happening everywhere with footy, and it's good to see like where one team can kick 2 goals in like 30 seconds, and then the other one can kick another 2. So it's definitely going there. This is going to be a ripping game. I'll tell you now. I reckon this should be a ripping game. I think Mooroolbark's still at the edge, but I still think it's a ripping game.
And you touched on Parenti before. 3 goals, all in that second term. It's an enthralling matchup against Jai Jordan, who's kicked 2, 1 in each quarter. What do you make of that matchup, Jared?
Yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting shootout. Obviously, we're going to have to keep an eye on the backs that are taking care of them both. For Mitcham, we've got Dylan Brooks playing on Jai Jordan. For Mooroolbark, the recent in, Dermot Reynolds, he's doing a decent job against Parenti. He was definitely in the first quarter, but I think lacking a little bit of the help from the other Mooroolbark backs, such as Egan and Kennedy in the in that last quarter, in that second quarter, I should say. And yeah, Parenti started to get on top of him a little bit. And I think the thing with Parenti is that, he's not necessarily going to outmark him in the air. He's going to outwork him and hit up leads as well. And also, Jake is good at ground level also. And so I kind of worry a little bit for Dermot Reynolds.
And what do you make of it as well, Blake?
With Parenti.
Jai Jordan and Jack Parenti, yeah.
The big battle. Oh, definitely. This is like a massive, big. I can't put the words into it, but it's a massive heavyweight. There you go, the heavyweight title kind of thing. It's just a massive title, and I was there last week with Jai Jordan when he kicked 4 against us. Like, he's an incredible player, and same as Parenti. Like we saw a couple of weeks ago when he kicked 12. So I think this is going to be an absolute heavyweight battle, that's for sure.
Any other players that have stood out to you, Blake?
For me personally, if I had to look on my thing, I think the young fella from Mooroolbark, number 26, Aussie Smith, he's been getting the ball lately, but he's just not getting the reward he really deserves with the ball that I've seen. I think Heath Hocking as well, he's playing really well, showing that AFL expected as well. And I think, just getting along from Mitcham point of view, I think obviously we've got Parenti, he's playing really well for Mitcham as well. And I think Thomas Laveau is also playing pretty well as well for Mitcham.
And Jared?
Yeah, look, honestly, brother Mark Parenti, he started to generate some speed off that halfback as well, and I think that might be part of what Mitcham needs perhaps to break through Mooroolbark's defence. We noted in the first quarter they had to be patient, and maybe Mark Parenti getting off the leash a little bit off the halfback line could solve that issue a little bit for them.
Yeah, and for me, I reckon Parenti did really impress me, particularly that second quarter as well. I thought Josh May, he was a good interceptor. For pretty much most of that first half, I thought he did well. The midfielders, Alex Barton-Smith just keeps on doing what he's doing. Jesse Uren, he looked threatening. And yeah, obviously Jake Parenti and Tom Lovell, the 2 big forwards. I've been really impressed with Lovell's work around the grounds. And Blake, any stats that stand out to you so far this game?
Yeah, definitely. I think the intercept marking has come. I think you touched on about Josh May. He's having a day out with the intercept marks. I reckon he's taking up half of my stats on here, if you can read that. But anyway, yeah, I think it's I think Mitcham have had 10 intercept marks to Mooroolbark 2. And I think the way Mooroolbark is still winning the game is they're winning the clearances battle, and they're also winning the tackles battle as well. So that's how Mooroolbark are in this game, and also the way Mitcham are in this game as well, is they're taking marks inside 50, which is good to see. So big second half coming up, that's for sure.
Yeah, and I reckon most of those marks inside 50 have belonged to Jake Parenti. I've seen him at least take 3 or 4, but yeah, he's been really impressive. Paul, I'll go to you now for the around the ground scores. Any around the ground scores now?
In Premier Division, Noble Park lead South Croydon by 49 points, 78 to 29. Rowville lead Berwick by 12 points, 33 to 21. Park Orchards lead Doncaster at half time, 35 to 25. Vermont lead Blackburn Blackburn lead Vermont 51-37.
Ooh.
And
jeez.
Yeah.
There you go.
And Bowen lead Doncaster Race 66-55. In Division 1, East Ringwood lead Montrose 37-26. Beaconsfield lead Wanturna South 56-39. Division 2, Templestowe lead Oakley District 59-21. Boronia lead Mulgrave 46-45. East Burwood lead Knox 59-27. In Division 3, Donvale lead Whitehorse 70-25.
That's big.
Yeah.
Waverley Blues lead Warrandyte by 32 points, 43-11, and Ferntree Gully lead Fair Park 42-39, and in Division 4, Surrey Park lead Forest Hill by 50 points, 70-20.
Yeah, there are a couple of big ones. I think the Vermont Blackburn one. I think that's the massive one. I think
It's the one that stands out, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. And I wasn't expecting the Waverley Blues Warrandyte to be a smashing like that. It's a really close game.
Yeah, absolutely.
Definitely not expecting that, as both teams have run out onto Heights Reserve. The second half is about to begin. Thanks for that for the halftime show, fellas. After this break, you'll have to listen to the dulcet tones once more of Ryan Long and Brett Beston.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together. At
Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
So welcome back to Heights Reserve as we get underway for the third term. A pretty interesting match and prospect. It's 5 points of difference. Good tackle there on the number 6 for Mooroolbark, and the ball spills clear. That was Fordham. Now it's over here on this far side. Trying to get his hands on it over there was Halo. Comes in board. Now nice work there by Tui. Shrugged off his man. Goes forward, but the mark is taken. Intercept mark taken. So 5 point lead for Mooroolbark. Be very interesting to see what the messages were from the respective camps at half time. It's Beddoes now. A little chip across. Finds his teammate in Giorgio. Trent's played well today. Goes out wide. Just chipping it around the back line. Seen a lot of that today. Probably do it more in conditions like this as Keeling takes the mark. Trying to get some momentum, but instead decides to go back. That's Giorgio. just taking a bit too much time. In fact, it was Kennedy, sorry, but he just goes back. So they've lost probably 20, 30 metres. Mooroolbark just not going anywhere at the moment as they decide to go forward now through Reynolds, chipping it across the back line. And so this is the most exciting period of play you'll ever see. Now it's Hocking. And pretty much as the ball is sent down the line. And the mark in the end after all that. After all that, they turn it over. That's really 5 minutes or 3 or 4 minutes of the worst football you'll ever see. And it's across on the far side, bouncing towards the boundary line. And in fact, is it still in over there? I think it is. Looked like it had gone out, but it's been picked up. Over there on the far side, Mooroolbark have got it. And a little bit of, I'm not sure if that was a bit of candy that Fordham tried to sell there, but the ball in the end went to ground. And in the end, they're caught. It's wrapped up. And that is a hideous few minutes of play. Ryan, it's all yours.
Good pressure from both sides so far. Mooroolbark having their chances, a couple of them. Is now through the hands of Pavey. He goes down the line, looking for Jesse Smythe, pushed in the back, not paid, as Mooroolbark now clear through Watkins. Watkins, the handball's cut off, and now here's a chance for Mitcham. Tui just sort of launches it forwards, but doesn't go too far, Keeling with the ball now, and hits a target, and his teammate in Reynolds. Oh, sorry, that's not Reynolds. That's McManus as he goes wide. This chip mark football. Kennedy calling for it. Instead, he'll go as far as he can down the line, which just manages to bounce in, I believe. So we'll get another throw in on the far side, right in front of the Mitcham coaching box. Interesting battle we've got here. Been a bit of heat in it of the second quarter.
Completely taken out these last 3 minutes.
So it's thrown back into play. Both sides just trying to get it forward. The kick just rolls towards the boundary line. Smith will be able to pick it up if he's clean. He's not. Hallow tackled and run into a Mooroolbark player, which looks like they'll be giving the free kick Mooroolbark's way. Around the neck was a bit high. Probably a bit unlucky, but they'll now go down the line themselves, which it's a poor kick. Looks to be right out of bounds on the full, right over the fence. Jesse Uren with the ball now. Just takes his time, looking for an option. Goes back. I'll go wide again. They'll look to switch. The kicks, it's a poor one for Brooks. Like he's got a bit of time to recover it. Kicks it now to Nicholas. Down the line is a dribbler. It's not going to get far enough. Mackie gets there first, but well done by Tui to handle it well. And then his kick inbound. He's got almost beat two there, the Mooroolbark defender, and he actually did. Handballs off. Mackie handballs it, almost cut off. Not too clean, but it works out all right, and they can take the mark. And they did well enough to control it there. So Archer Dibsdale will look for his first major of the afternoon. It's been an interesting start to the third quarter. Almost 5 minutes in.
I'll let you handle that part.
Dibsdale lining up. Looks all right. Got the distance on it. And it's right through the middle. That's a beautiful kick. Dibsdale finishes it off. And Mooroolbark get the first of the third quarter, 6-2-38 to Mitcham, 4-3-27 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, boys.
Yeah, look, I mean, it eventually paid dividends from Mooroolbark. Probably not the way the battle was probably not. They didn't expect to probably come to kick a goal like that after the chipping. They probably would have thought it was all one way with them. But it's good that they hit the scoreboard. They definitely would have wanted to after all that chipping.
More chipping on the local golf course as the ball is
very true.
Middle. Margin out to 11 points. It's been about where it's sat, or as high as it's been, should I say, for the game today. Up it goes. Monkhurst against Elms. Knocked down into the tap. Smythe. I think Smith, at least he's been good in this term. As the ball goes on the ground, Monkhurst diving on it there. Ball bouncing around, trying to get his hands on it was Noonan. And there was, I think it's Barton Smith on the bottom of that, and he gets absolutely flattened. And the umpire says we'll have a ball up. And it is that man, Barton Smith, who gets to his feet. Now it's taken out of the ruck. Nicely done by Mooroolbark as they get it forward to about half forward. Tap down nicely. Here's the kick forward. Now can someone get on the end of this? It may well go through almost. Chasing and battering it back across the ground as well. And it's hit the umpire. Hit the umpire in the face. It was, and he's got glasses as well, which makes it even worse.
It was Wayne Harm style.
And he may have a blood nose, I think. Let's just watch. Looks to be a bit of claret there. Yep, he just copped one in the mush.
Oh,
completely accidental.
straight up.
But, yeah,
Is that right, Wayne Harms? The 79 grand final, Blues? The tap on the boundary line? Am I got the right player?
No, I know the incident you're talking about. I don't know about the player. Give me that much.
I can't remember what happened yesterday.
That was a beautiful play.
Give me a goal.
So we're just going to wait and see what the end result is. He's given a
Yeah,
goal,
he was given a goal.
It was the goal.
It looked like it hit the post there with the ricochet, but confirmed 6 points.
So Mooroolbark, I think that might be the game highlight. Actually, who kicked that in the end?
It's Jordan, I believe.
Okay, so that is a game high lead out to 17 points. Mooroolbark 7-2-44 to 4-3-27, and it was Kennedy by the looks. He got that one.
Back in the middle, Smith just kicks it forward, starting to make a real impact so far. As Mitcham got some numbers, but caught with the ball, almost lucky not to get a free kick. The handball out. And a bit of a scrap. Mooroolbark's pressure has been really good at the start of this third quarter as we get a ball up inside 50 from Mooroolbark. So the goal, Shane Kennedy, I believe.
Boundary.
And go boundary side, Josh Ward.
I believe it was Jai Jordan.
It was Jai Jordan?
Goal, yeah.
Oh, there we go. All right, so through Noonan, his kick interrupted with the tackle and was lucky enough to stay in, not out on the full, so they'll get a boundary throw in. 7-2-44 to 4-3-27. 7 minutes gone in this third quarter. Boundary thrown in a very dangerous spot for Mitcham. They're fighting hard against Jordan. It falls into Noonan's hand, who kicks it on the boot straight away, and it will be too far left for a minor score. So they go to 7-3-45 to Mitcham 4-3-27 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
It'll be interesting to see how well Mooroolbark set up behind the ball here. We saw early on Mitcham did it really, really well. That's what forced Mooroolbark to keep chipping it around. So we see how well they can match it with Mitcham.
So Mitcham to bring the ball back in. I tell you, we have a few awards at the end of the day, and there's none for bravery. But that goal umpire, he's continuing on. He's got a hanky or something up to his nose, trying to stem the bleeding. He's trying to do his job at the same time. He is an absolute superstar, I tell you. As the umpire pressed to throw it on the far side. Hero of the day, perhaps we'll call it that. Monkhurst knocks it down in the ruck situation. Now nicely done coming forward there and winning the ball. Mooroolbark getting it forward again. This game threatening just to break open as it goes forward, but there's plenty of defenders back there, and they may see it over the line. That was May taking his man over the boundary line. And the umpire says we'll have a throw-in, on the far side. So only 9 minutes gone, in fact, in this third term, and the margin out to 18 points, as high as it's been at any stage in the match in favour of Mooroolbark. There's the throw-in. Elms got the tap. Knocks it down to his teammate, Halo, who was caught, but he managed to get it out. Incredibly untidy as the ball goes into the hard stuff. I think it was Brooks over there, got taken to ground. And the umpire says we'll have another ball up.
Size on Uren then that looked like he's a bit slow to get up. There's a ball up again. Mooroolbark really pushing, looking to open up this game. They probably can with 5 minutes of good football with the sort of attack that they have. But a free kick here awarded Mitcham's way. They'll need to respond and get the next one before the margin gets too out of hand. Goes back, finds Brooks. Just takes his time. They've been slow, but they've worked the ball pretty well. They go wide. Josh May towards the boundary line. He's got Lachlan there. He's back on the field after a yellow card. Through the hands of a Mooroolbark defender. Worked out well for Mitcham. Now Hallow almost cut off. Tried to get it back to Pavey. And his tackle was a good one on Braden Dobie, which holds the ball up, and we'll get a boundary throw in right in front of us. And on the wing side as we go around the grounds with Paul Uconi.
In Premier Division, Roeville lead Berwick by 12 points, 39-27, and Noble Park lead South Croydon by 48 points, 79-31.
So the kick forward's cut off by the debut, Jet Hartman. Held his ground well and took the mark. He goes wide to Monkhurst. Strong hands in front of Elms. His kick hits his target. And they'll just look to slow it down again. Here's Noonan. Down wide. Finds a target in Dobie. Dobie's kick into the direction of Jordan. And did well. Just used his body. Pushed aside Brooks to take a mark. And a tough angle, but he'll like his chances with the way he's kicking so far today. That is a real tough angle from there, though.
He's had a very interesting day in front of goals. He had one, he nearly missed 4 or 5 metres out directly in front. He's hit a goal umpire, and now he's snapping from a tight angle. He's done everything.
He certainly has, and this might be the Tobin Brothers goal of the day if he can kick it. He'll look to go around the side. His kick is a good one. If it holds its line, not quite.
Goal umpire's not giving him that one.
No, so it will be just a minor score. 7-5-47. Lead Mitcham 4-3-27. We've gone 11 minutes into this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So what have Mitcham got? They're facing a little bit of an uphill battle here. 21 points behind as the kick goes straight down the middle of the ground.
Strong mark.
Up they go, and that's a terrific grab taken there nicely by Lovell. Trying to get something sparked for his team. That's nicely done there by Smythe. Jesse Smythe gets onto the left boot, goes to Parente. Can he get on the end of it? He does, but only on the first bounce. But he manages to wheel around, and then he's going to put it in board, trying to find a target. Can someone get on there? Brilliant mark over the top. Fantastic grab. That was brilliant. I can't see who it is. We'll just wait till they get up.
Looks like it may have been Cherry.
Cherry, I think it is, but brilliant.
Your man.
Brilliant play by Parente there. He could have easily just blazed away there, but he just stopped, looked up, lowered the eyes, and a beautiful kick to pick out Cherry. That is super play and some real maturity there from Jake Parente. And you'd expect Cherry to put this through, and I tell you what, it'd be a very timely goal too for Mitcham. Cherry shouldn't miss from here. Won't put the mockers on him, but he kicks and he's put it through. No problems at all. So Cherry slots it home, and Mitcham get back within 13 points. 7-4-46 to 5-3-33 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Boys, what do we think? They needed to respond. They kick one there and bring the margin back. Bit better footy.
No, that was a lot better footy. That passage of play from the kick-in was really, really good. It was a very strong mark, and they played down the middle for the most part and sent it inside and, finished off strong. It was a very good passage of play.
And we'll go around the ground to Paul Uconi.
Division 2, East Burwood lead Knox by 5 points, 39-34. Waverley Blues lead Warrandyte by 44 points, 61-17. And Sylvan lead Churnside Park by 79 points, 106-27.
Back in the middle, tackled by Monkhurst. Holds it up, so we get a secondary ball up. Lovell in the ruck against Monkhurst. Just grabs it out again, kicks it into the direction of Smith, who can run onto it. Handballs it forward. Look to be cut off there. And now Mitcham with the chance. They go down the line. It's going to be just over the top over the head of Horsey. But Jackson Hallow, was at the ground ball. Grabbed it and passed it back off to... Almost kept it in front of Parenti, but couldn't quite mark it. West there as they just roll it out of bounds. So that's a good result from Mitcham. Back inside 50. A trail by 13 points. They're still within this game. They get the next one. It's game on again. The boundary throw-in into the ruck. Just tried to slap it forward there was Monkhurst. Smythe runs onto it, but he's not going to beat the boundary line as we go back to Paul Uconi in the score centre.
In Premier Division, Noble Park leads South Croydon by 55 points, 86-31.
There you go. It's back in the middle. Falls into the hands of the Mitcham player in Caulfield. Glossop, his kick is smothered, and he's got two Mooroolbark players on top of him that take him down to the ground. Another ball up. An interesting match so far. First versus third, as we said. Thank you for joining us. Eastern FM 98.1, the SEN App, or streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. As Mooroolbark just kicked the ball forward in hope. And the bounce may work out for him. It doesn't, though, as Mitcham able to clear it wide. Now into the hands of Caulfield. Got a bit of space and time. Hits his target well. Here's Lovell. Played up the ground a bit today. His kick looked to switch it. Dangerous spot to kick it into. And standing strong there was the youngster in Hartman. First game. I've liked what I've seen so far of him. He's just been able to play in a real high-pressure team. As the kick goes wide into Mackie. His kick forward looks like in the hands of DeMonte, but instead it's Kennedy that takes the mark. It was a dangerous kick. Very just sky-high'd it. The handball off to Smith. Goes down the line. He's got two Mitcham players there to beat. Might roll into the hands here of Dobie. Handballs it off. And Heath Hocking will finish them off. And another goal to Mooroolbark. 8-4-52. Lead Mitcham 5-3-33. Gone 16 minutes into this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Very disappointing for mine. I think Mitcham, they really would think they'd be better than this. They've had their chances moving forward. They've had the ball quite well. Been using the ball quite well, only for them to turn it over like that.
And the ball just went out the back there, and it's hard to stop as we quickly go to Paul Uconi in the score centre.
In Division 2, East Burr would have had 14 more scoring shots than Knox, but they only lead by 14 points, 48-34.
Gosh, that accuracy kills you. So up it goes in the middle. Monkhurst it was who was wrapped up in there. And we'll have, Barton Smith it was who took possession of the footy, but the umpire says not coming out of there anytime soon. Up it goes again. Monkhurst again takes it out of the ruck this time. On the ground, trying to compete. Good work there by Hagar as Mitcham try to get something going. They really need the next goal, you feel, just to keep beautiful play over there. I think that might have been Dobie over there on the far side. In fact, not Dobie, sorry. It's a Veach. And they've given it away, Mitcham. So that's disappointing. And Mooroolbark will switch it back into the middle of the grounds. Bouncing, and away they go. And they're away here with a little bit of a chill. The kick was partially smothered, but it's going to go forward. Danger is still there as they look to get a handball inside. That was, I think that was Mbaldi. Seldy, sorry. As the ball goes over on the far side.
Yep.
Mark tackle made over there, shall we say. So it's going to be a ball up.
No, it'll be a free kick.
Free
kick. Okay.
I was there.
So it'll be a free kick to Mooroolbark. Disappointing for Mitcham. Margin currently sits at 19 points as we down to the boundary very quickly.
Tom Lovell just limped off the ground before. Looks a bit concerned about looked like a potential hamstring or ankle injury. So keep an eye on that.
So it's that man Jordan again. He's already kicked 3 today, and he's got a chance to kick number 4 here. And this will start to make it very difficult. At the moment, it's 19 points. So if he slots this home, even with my bad math, I know it'll be out to 25, and that's going to be quite tough to pull back. Here he comes. You'd expect him to kick it. It's not a terribly difficult kick, and he puts it through. So that's another one for Jordan. That's his 4th of the day, and he really is getting amongst it in the goal terms. And Mooroolbark getting amongst it on the scoreboard as well. 9-4-58, plays 5-3-33, and we're coming up to 19 minutes gone in the third term.
So 25 points up. That's the biggest margin of the day so far. It'll be a hard one to come back from if Mitcham don't get a quick goal here before three-quarter time. Said before, Mooroolbark, they can score quickly, and that's what they've started to do. They've started to win those centre clearances, which has been really important for their ball movement. So back in the middle, what can Mitcham do? They need to respond. Elms and Monkhurst in the ruck again. Elms did well. The tap out, he gets it and kicks it forward. It's smothered, but they keep moving it forward. The kick down the line, looking for Parenti. He's going to run onto it and takes a mark. And that's as good as it gets, really, right out of the middle. And when you have a guy like Parenti just leading the ball like that, hard to stop.
That's what they need in this position, just some clean movement out of the middle, and they've done that to their star forward in Parenti. So obviously a very important kick, that goes without saying, but I'd be backing him from here.
He's a very good kicker of the ball. He's kicked 3 already. All 3 of those coming in the second term. Been the most reliable forward for the Mitcham Footy Club in the last couple of years. Saw the impact he had when he came back halfway through the season last year. So Jake Parenti to put in goal number 4 and keep Mitcham in it. It's a lovely kick. That's right through the middle. And the boys will get around him there. Mitcham 6-3-39, trail Mooroolbark 9-4-58. Well-needed goal, 20 minutes gone in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. So they really did need that one, didn't they, Will? They looked just to be just out of touch with the margin, but they can even pinch one more and get this within 3 goals.
Yep.
That'll be a real chance.
Absolutely. One more before three-quarter time. They keep teasing us with this good football. As I said, I don't think there's been too much of a difference between them today, but they really need to start hitting the scoreboard before three-quarter time and heading forward to the last.
So Jake Parenti keeping them in the game with his 4 goals as the ball is won out of the middle by Mitcham. Socket off the ground there. He's going to get there first. It's bouncing around towards the far side. Good work over there by Noonan, but he's taken the ground. He might have copped, in fact, it wasn't Noonan, it was Capiano. Might have copped a high one or something because the umpire's whistled. No, in fact, he's just going to throw it up again. Up it goes as the very noisy plane goes overboard. Monkhurst gets the hit out, knocks it forward, bouncing nicely there as the ball is sent towards full forward, but it's going to probably go out of bounds. No, Mark has taken over there. Good play by May. A reliable defender, of course, for Mitcham. Hasn't done too much wrong today. He pops one out towards the far side of the ground, but he kicked to a 2-on-1. It probably wasn't the best option. Worked out okay because Barton Smith got to it first, sends it down the line, and it looks like Mooroolbark have got numbers to the ball, and they're going to win it again. That's happened a few times today, but then they give it away with a poor kick. Ball comes out, crowd screaming for holding the ball, but nothing doing. Falls into the hands there of Mitcham, and they go forward through the boot. And it ran about half forward as the ball is taken on the ground. That might be a holding the ball. No, the umpire says just the ball up. It's a good tackle. It was Parente. It was. He went down on it, but nothing doing. The umpire says we'll just throw it up. And the margin remains 19 points. 58 plays 39. Up it goes. Monkhurst to tap. Knocks it straight into the hands of Mackie, but he's wrapped up there as the ball goes loose on the ground. Trying to get it was Hartman, playing his first game, as we mentioned before. Incredibly untidy as it comes out, and they should get rid of this, or they should get it out. Mitcham as the ball is handballed out wide. The kick off the boot of Uren. Up it goes, high up and under. Ball comes to ground. Mooroolbark there at ground level, do well. And they'll probably just wrap it up and be happy with a stoppage here. Nice work there by Mackie on the ground.
Boundary.
As we get into the boundary side.
Yeah, just saw that there's two Mooroolbark players out of this game now, Steve Watkins and Paul Hager. Paul Hager has a dislocated finger, and Watkins has a
falls into the hands of Uren, almost kicked a goal there. Sorry to cut you off, Josh. As Noonan's tackled to the ground. Sorry, I'll let you finish off, Josh.
Yeah, so Watkins has a left shoulder injury, and Paul Hager is out with a finger injury. So Mooroolbark down to 2 on the bench.
A couple of big losses, which may be important in that last term. Thanks, Josh. The throw up. Jesse Smith just roved it and snapped on the boot. That's a goal. Important one for Mitcham. They bring the margin back to 13 points. 7-3-45 to Mooroolbark 9-4-58. 23 minutes gone in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Just watching that replay. Oh, boundary.
Yeah, so Tom Lovell is just gone back onto the ground. He was still limping a little bit on the bench, but he's looking like he's moving all right now.
So that's going to make it a bit tough. 2 down into this last quarter. Wonder if Neil Winterton's getting the gear on to come on as the umpire gets set to throw it up.
Just go around the grounds quickly with Paul Uconi.
In Division 3, Waverley Blues lead Warrandyte by 53 points, 71-18.
So back in play. Of course, Neil Winterton plays for Mitcham, my bad. I was getting confused there for a moment as the kick goes inside. Nice mark taken by Kennedy. So 13 points. They just keep hanging in there, Mitcham. The game looks to get away from them, but they just keep getting the odd goal just to stay in touch. If they could get the next one, that would be very handy, particularly getting close to the three-quarter time break. At the moment, they're just chipping it around the back line, though. They need to start going forward. That's a good kick. Nice mark taken by Bedows. Now, what's he going to do? Make sure the hair's okay. That's the first thing he's going to do as he gets the kick out wide to Noonan, who takes the mark, but they're making very little progress here. Mooroolbark just quite happy to chip it around. Maybe make Mitcham come to them. Kick mark again, and it's Mackie. Mackie wheels around onto the left boot, goes into the middle of the ground, towards the middle of the ground. Great mark there by Monkhurst. Been good today. Monkhurst, the big man, goes to about half forward, but he's turned it over. That wasn't a great kick, and Riley Nicholas with an easy mark. Chips it across, and now they can get something going in the hands of Caulfield. Chips it to Noonan. To Uren. So Jesse Uren thumps it across the other side of the ground. There are Mooroolbark players, Mitcham players over there, and they do eventually get it. Nice work by Veach. Hooks one out towards the far side. Nice mark taken. Here they can come, Mitcham. The next one's the important kick. So you almost get a mark. Is that Parente on the far side? He's got it. He got absolutely clobbered and the ball went loose, but the umpire saw enough, said he had control of it. And Jake will go back from a very difficult angle.
This would be a massive kick.
Well, it's sort of one they need, to be honest. It's difficult as it is, but he's the sort of guy that could put it through, Jake Parente, because he's that miraculous sort of player. We know how good he is. He's kicked forward today. This would be for number 5. and this would be a real team lifter at the moment. It's a 13-point margin. Here he comes. Let's see what he does. He's hit it. I'll tell you what, it's not a bad strike, but it's coming across the face to Monkhurst.
He's got it.
Someone's taken the mark. Brilliant mark taken there. I think it's
Tom Lavelle, yeah.
Tom Lavelle has taken the mark, and the Monkhurst was there. He was trying to knock it through for a point, and I think Lovell just sort of came up from his blind side and took the mark. And this is going to be a massive team lifter. So it wasn't Parente, but it's going to be Lovell who will stick this through. I think even I could kick this one from absolutely point-blank range. The siren is gone. Comes on, he puts it through. So that's a big kick right on the three-quarter break. Lovell has put it through, and it's Mooroolbark at three-quarter time, 9-4-58 over Mitcham, 8-3-51. And boys, all to play for in this last term.
Certainly Jake Parenti with the 4 goals, Jesse Cherry with 2, and for Mooroolbark, Jai Jordan the star with 4 goals. But we will be back after a short break for the final term of the Eastlands Match of the Day. It's Mooroolbark versus Mitcham, with Mooroolbark having a 7-point lead going into the final break.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time or show time to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Yes, welcome back to the EFL Eastlands Match of the Day. It's Mooroolbark versus Mitcham, with the Mustangs holding a 7-point lead after a late goal by Tom Lovell, a mark on the siren just before it to kick a goal and put them within real striking range. Been an interesting game so far, boys. We'll be hearing from one of the coaches shortly, but Blake, we'll go to you in the stats. What's really stood out for you?
Sorry, boys. Yeah, definitely intercept marking from Mitcham has just been all over the joint. They've ticked the boxes there. The way they've actually tackled well. Mooroolbark had 5 at half time, but Mitcham now turned the tables with 5 tackles to just 1. I've seen there. A couple of big tackles as well. as well in the Marks Inside 50s. Mitcham had 3-1. So interesting quarter for the last one. It'll be good to see, but I still see Mooroolbark holding on here.
And it's been a battle. We love this. The key forwards really going at it. Parenti down one end and Jai Jordan down the other. Both have 4 going into this last quarter. Who's probably stood out more to you, and who looks like they may be able to kick a couple more and put their side over the line in this last term?
I actually think Parente is probably the one that's got the edge in terms of giving his side the win come this last quarter. He really stood up in that second quarter and kicked a crucial goal in the third. Jordan's been good all day, but I think Parente probably has the legs there.
And yes, Blake Tennant?
Boundary.
We'll go boundary side with Josh Ward, who has one of the coaches.
I've got Brett Lavars alongside me. Brett, very interesting quarter. What you make of it?
I thought we probably controlled the first half of that quarter, but to Mitcham's credit, in the second half they got on top and they've made it very, very tight.
And yeah, they did get on top in that second half, but how do you plan on stopping that momentum in this fourth quarter?
I think a lot of it's going to come down to our midfield group being able to win footy at the source there. I think if we get that opportunity, we give ourselves good opportunity to go inside 50. And I think we have to stop their run and carry. I think they got too much C-shaped ball movement and they were able to open us up a little bit. So we have to defend a lot better.
And any other potential magnet switches in this final term?
We've put Wilbur forward. We think Fordham might be able to get a mismatch and be able to hit the scoreboard. He's run majority of it through the middle, so let's hope we can get that right.
Well, thanks, Coach, and good luck for the rest of this game. Should be an interesting final quarter.
That was Josh Ward with the Mooroolbark coach, Brett Lavars. Blake Tennant?
I actually have an interesting stat here as well. Last year when these two sides played, this was the same scoreline. So deja vu, basically. So same scoreline, and I think Mooroolbark won by points. So,
Boundary.
Yeah.
Going boundary side with Jared Beanland.
Yeah, so Neil Winterton just addressed the players there. Look, he's very excited about this last quarter. He's talking about how desperate are they. They haven't lost a game. How desperate are they compared to Mitcham? Mitcham want to play with more desperation there. They want to play with dare. They want to wheel and go. They want more movement around the stoppages and get a little bit better about holding their width. So I think it's about playing faster but also a little bit smarter as well for the Tigers in this last quarter.
Thanks, Jared. So we're just a minute away from starting this game. This final term, big final term, as we said, Mooroolbark undefeated this season, 10-0, looking for their 11th straight of the season, their 15th in a row, including last year. So umpire throws the ball up in the air. Lovell and Monkhurst. Monkhurst grabs the ball out of the ruck as he's done so a lot this afternoon, goes wide towards the wing. Uren almost cut it off. Are they able to keep it going? And through now to the hands of Smith, he can control it. He does. Plays on and kicks forward, looking for a target. It's 2-on-2 there. Who's down at the bottom of the pack? Brooks did well, was able to get it out, and they look to be out if they can just clear it here. But it's cut off now through Noonan. Kicks it towards goal. It'll hold its line. It does. Mooroolbark strike first in the last term. Mooroolbark 10-4-64 to Mitcham 8-3-51. And that was a brilliant goal, boys, and a start that Mooroolbark probably needed with the way Mitcham finished that third quarter.
Yeah, absolutely. Momentum. First strike goes from Mooroolbark. It was just a clean run of play, and I guess they're better around the contest, and that'll get you goals.
Boundary.
And we go boundary side with Josh Ward.
Josh Mayer's got the job on Will Fordham, so 2 VFL-listed stars on each other should make for an enthralling duel in that Mooroolbark forward line.
Thank you, Josh. So terrific goal, a contender for the goal of the day, the Tobin Brothers Funerals goal of the day, and a real coach killer for Neil Winton, and he would have wanted to have got the first one. Monkhurst gets it forward, bouncing awkwardly. Taken on the ground there was, I think that was Jordan at the bottom of that. The ball comes out though. Still got it Mooroolbark as they just shovel it around. There's Jordan now putting a funny old kick forward. Can someone get on the end of it? This is dangerous. Mitcham do not want to concede here, otherwise this game could just about be done. They desperately try and get it out, and they manage to for the moment. Cross towards Cherry, but he can't get there, and the ball is socked away towards the far side of the ground. Picked up over there by, I think that's Lachlan at the bottom of that. And he gets tackled high, so he's got a free kick. Lachlan wants to go. 17-point margin, so it's not quite out of reach yet, but it will be soon if they concede another one. Thomas Lovell in the middle. Now it's switched across to the far side of the ground. Nice mark taken there by Mark Parente. Parente, plenty of space out here on the right-hand side, but the decision-making is the all-important thing. Little kick from Tui, and he finds his man as well. That was Halo, Jackson Halo. He's going to blast away, but he thinks better of it, and he's going to just try and... Is he going to have a crack himself from there? I think he's a bit far, so decides to try and set it up, but an intercept mark taken by, is that Smith, I think, who comes across, and that's a poor kick and they'll rebound off halfback.
Yeah, so it's just over the top of Barton Smith as Mooroolbark just slow it down a bit, hit a couple of targets. Now in the hands of Shane Kennedy as he chips it wide. Mark taken, they almost looked to play onto Monkhurst, but instead holds it up. We'll go a bit longer down the line. A one-on-one contest here. Both got a hand on their jumpers. Might fall into the hands of Brooks if he can pick it up. He's tackled, got his foot onto the boot, but the boundary line was right there, so it's out of bounds on full, and Jai Jordan will take the ball. The far wing here, right in front of us. The handball over the top. Not sure if that was the right option to Mackie, who just is corralled over the boundary line for a boundary throw-in. Not sure why he needed a handball there with two Tigers around Mackie. As the ball is thrown back into play. Mooroolbark with a 13-point lead. Into the ruck is Monkhurst, just outbodies the opponent, kicks it forward. Mitcham's defence under a lot of pressure again. They've got some numbers around the ball. Mooroolbark slapped on the boot there was Insoldi, who almost tried to hit a target there, but standing under it was May, who goes wide to Uren, who will just slow it down a bit as he goes to the other side, the other wing. Bad kick. There's a Mooroolbark player in front of his intended target. And they've got some numbers here, but the boundary line will beat everyone as it goes out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. Just 4 minutes gone in this final term. Thanks for joining us on Eastern FM 98.1, the SEN app, or streaming live on Facebook and YouTube. So the ball's thrown back into play. Mooroolbark now with the chance to handballs off. Snap around the body. Looks good off the boot. It's there. And they've extended the lead once more. And they'll go 19 points ahead as we cross boundary side with Jared Beanland.
Yeah, Neil Winterton wouldn't like that. He spoke about holding the width. They were also really wrapped with their pressure at ground level, Mitcham, during the three-quarter time huddle. And Mooroolbark have just responded in kind. Their pressure has been there. The ball-winning ability when it hits the ground has been much better in this final quarter. So a lot of problems showing themselves for Mitcham right now.
So game threatening to break open now. It's out to 19 points. And now we see if Mitcham have got anything. What have they got? Because it is starting to look a little bit ominous for them. Monkhurst into the ruck, gets the head out, knocked down, but Mitcham desperately need the next one. In fact, they probably need the next two or three. As the ball is knocked forward, going back and trying to dive on it there. One of the Mitcham players scragged out of the way, slammed on the boot, but a good mark taken back there. May's got himself into a bit of trouble, but he manages to extricate himself nicely. Kick across to the other side of the ground. Uren. Just taking his time. Decides to go back. It's a dangerous kick. It's a really dangerous kick. May goes in there and they've managed to get out of this, but it was a terrible kick. Good work, though, by Mitcham for the moment. Jinking back inside was Tui. Now they go down the line. Uncontested mark taken there by Halo. Now the inside 50. This is the important part. But great defence coming across. That was Giorgio who got across and just was a little bit telegraphed, and he's happy just to knock it out of bounds. And we'll have a throw in on the right forward pocket. Margin still at 19. So plenty of endeavour from Mitcham, but they're just not getting the points on the board at the moment as the ball is thrown in. Monkhurst got there first, knocked down, used the kick forward. And on the ground, claiming the mark there, but it wasn't paid as the umpire sees play on. Now the kick forward, chasing it. Back number 16 is McManus for Mooroolbark. Funny old handball, and they've turned it over Mooroolbark. So what can they do? Quick handball out to Tui. Tui goes forward. Needs a mark. He really needs a mark, but it's a 3-on-1. That was always going to be an outnumbered situation. Mark taken by Monkhurst.
Well, Smythe was never going to beat that. Had three players to beat as Mooroolbark pushed forward and finds Jai Jordan. And just slows it down a bit, but it's play on. Hand pass off to Smith, who kicks it and hits his target. Looked like it was going to be play on. So up towards Mackie. If he can hold the mark, he can't. Falls to the ground. Who's going to win it out? Mooroolbark do. They kick the ball forward. The bounce is an awkward one. Finds its way into Brooks's hands, who just kicks it into May, who looks to switch the ball. Going down to a very dangerous kick down the corner, down the corridor. And Mooroolbark can clear up and go forward. And they hit a target. And very impressive. It was a dangerous kick to go down the middle. And now, through the hands of Bailey DeMont, can put Mooroolbark back out to a 24-point lead, a 25-point lead, and really make this difficult for Mitcham boys.
Yeah, their defence is clearly quite stretched the last couple of minutes. For DeMont to be by himself with so much room in the forward 50, with the ball so nearby, clearly breaking down with all this pressure.
Bailey Dumont looking for his first of the afternoon. Be good time for the Mustangs. Looks all right off the boot, and the boys get around him. He's put it through, and Mooroolbark to stretch that lead again, 12-4, 76 to Mitcham, 8-3, 51. And on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, and it looks like the game high lead so far, and a bit of trouble for the Tigers.
Yeah, that's definitely close to checkmate, I think. Would love to see last good 15 minutes from Mitcham, but Mooroolbark have been way too good this last quarter.
So back in the middle, Neil Winton will have to move the magnets now. He's got to try something to get his side back into this game. It's almost a bridge too far, but we won't write them off just yet. As the umpire sends it aloft, Monkhurst against Elms. Monkhurst got the tap, knocks it down, and it's been waved nicely over there by De Monte, coming off his recent goal. A little bit of confidence. There's a funny little kick forward, though. Socket off the ground. Good tackle over there. Cries of holding the ball, but the umpire's not having it.
Oh.
Beautiful mark taken. That was fantastic stuff. That man, Jordan, again, just got to the front spot. He had a bit to do, but he took a brilliant contested mark, and he continues to impress. We'll go back and try and kick his 5th of the day. And must be a pretty strong contender for the player of the day. I think we're sponsored by Eastland. And this really would seal it, I think it's fair to say, if this one goes through. We've had nearly 9 minutes played on this final term, 76-51, so 12 goals to 8, 16 scoring shots to 11. Here's the kick on its way. And I think he might have pushed this one. It's a rare miss. He is human after all. And it goes through for a minor score. So a little bit of hope still perhaps for Mitcham. But they've still got a long way to come back into this match on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard. They trailed by 26 and we're coming up to 9 minutes gone.
Just keeps the Tigers in it. They really are desperate for that next one. And next one quickly is the mark. Well, one-handed. Just grabbed it out of nowhere. He's a great use of the body and just pulled it in with the one hand.
Plucked it.
Jordan goes down the line. Can he get a mark? Instead, it's the Tigers there that almost take one, but fallen and hits the ground. As there's a bit of a scrap around the ball, and there'll be another ball up. Just an incredible athlete. So, real dangerous minute here for Mitcham. One more would just be about it, I would say. They've got to get one back. As the tap out goes the way of Mooroolbark. No one can really get a clear possession of it. And tackled to the ground there. We'll get another ball up. If you're down here at Heights Reserve, the women's game to follow, the Division 3 Mooroolbark Mitcham women's match. There's another ball up inside 50. The kick forward looks for a one-on-one contest. Can't quite grab it into the hands. Oh, well tackled there by I believe that was Nicholas. And pinged for holding the ball.
Yeah, pinned his arm.
And it was a great tackle because if he wasn't there, it could have been a Mooroolbark goal and game over. So they go down the line in the direction of Pavey. He's got one to beat and it's well beaten by Bedoz there, who just fists the ball over the line. An underrated player down back as we go to the score centre. Paul Uconi.
I've got some three-quarter time scores. In Division 2, South Belgrave lead Heathmont by 18 points, 42-24. And Glen Waverley in Division 3 lead Scoresby by 11 points, 57-46.
Kick forward by Capuana. Couldn't take the mark and followed it up with a tackle there that leads to a ball up inside 50, and they're just moments away from ending this game, Mooroolbark. You can tell they're desperate for one more to really sink the teeth in. Monkhurst just tried to tap it out, but it's stolen away as Mitcham get a clearance, but it may come right back because they've got the numbers around the ball. Here's Dobie. Just keeps it in front of him. Oh, well done by the Mitcham defender there. And a free kick given. And it's on. There's about 4 Tigers on him. All right. Geez, and there has been a lot in this today. There's been a lot of heat in it. And still going on. Couldn't quite see what it was after as Mitcham choose to go backwards and look to switch the ball. Small slipped over there was Brooks. No one was near him though. Definitely getting a beating from the crowd behind him as they've turned over the ball and now fall in the hands of Jai Jordan, who looks to take one on, hand passes it off, and stolen away, and now Mitcham have a chance. They go towards Tui. He's got to be clean here. He is. He hand passes off to Hallow. Hallow's kick is smothered. Well done there by Bedoz. But his kick as well doesn't work out. And well done by Jake Tui. The blind turn, kick forward. Smite's got to beat Tui again. He did well to keep it in front of him. Falls into the hands of Lovell. Tackled well by Trent Giorgio. But Mitcham continue to they've got some room here. Tui back off the Smythe. How's he going to use it? He goes long. He'll go for the goals instead, and it's just right. Didn't have anything in front of him, so had to go for the kick. And they trail still 8-4-52 to Mooroolbark 12-5-77. 13 minutes gone in this final term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
So time running out for Mitcham. They've got to take those chances when they come their way. Still 25 points the margin as they bring it back in now through Giorgio. Giorgio goes out to the right, they being Mooroolbark, of course. Mark taken over there nicely. And across there is Noonan, goes up the line. Bit of a funny old kick, and they've turned it over. What can Mitcham do? They need to take some opportunities, but they're not doing it. Mackie. Now it's in the hands of Glossop. Not Glossop, it was Hocking. And now Mitcham have got the football as they go forward through Elms, but they give it away. No, they don't. They manage to hang on to it. Good mark taken over there. Lachlan, he's been pretty good today for Mitcham as he goes inboard. Nice mark taken there by that man Parente. He's tried really hard today. 4 goals. Hasn't been for one of his efforts if Mitcham don't get up today, but he slams it forward. Probably need to have him, almost 2 of them. Needs to be cloned because he should have been there to take the mark as well. On the boot of Halo, has it smothered. And they get it out for the moment off the boot of Egan. It's going to come back though. Now it's Tui needs to use it well. He slams it to full forward. Up they fly, but just too big and too strong. Coming over the top is Kennedy, and Mooroolbark will rebound. Once again, another chance goes begging for Mitcham.
It was a poor kick. There was 3 Mooroolbark players down there. Probably should have looked at the shorter option in Pavey, but they are taking it on. They're desperate for a goal. They've got to kick one soon if they're any chance, as Mooroolbark are happy just to run a few seconds off the clock. They go down the line, the wing. Got to take a mark here. May was pushed out of it and will be rewarded with a free kick. Going against DeMonte, I believe. So what can May do? He's had a pretty good afternoon so far. Kicks it into the hot spot. There's just Mustang numbers all around the ball. One of them is Giorgio, who clears it out, gets a hand pass off to McManus. He passes it back to Kennedy, who looks to switch it. Bit of a dangerous kick, but it's worked out all right. Finds his target in Hartman, who goes down the line, hits his target, and they're off. They want to play on immediately. They're almost caught with the ball. They are, and that is Gorn holding the ball. Look to play on immediately and run on, but there is a lot in this. It's 25 metres.
Warranted.
Well, what happened there? I missed that.
It's just, who was that? That was Dobie for Mooroolbark, just sitting over the ball, just not giving it back. One of my pet hates as a watcher of footy. Cocooning himself over the ball and not giving it back.
Just not needed. As a pass off to Parenti, who goes long. It's not going to make it, is it? Just falls short into the hands of Smythe. Hand passes it off. Snap around the body.
He's missed it.
He's missed.
Top of the
missed a big opportunity.
Too.
He liked it too. I believe that was Cherry. And that's a chance gone missing.
He went early too, Cherry. You can see the
And we'll just go to around the grounds with Paul Uconi.
In Premier Division, Blackburn lead Vermont by 6 points, 59-53.
So bringing it back into play, Kennedy. Mooroolbark in control of this one. I'll be happy just to keep possession. It's Mitcham that has to do all the work in the hands of Mackie. Mackie just taking his time. Decides to go long. There's not too many short options, so he goes down the line. Up they fly. Ball on the ground. And there's no way it's going to come out of there. I think Hocking it might be on the bottom of that. In fact, it's Egan, so we'll have another ball up. So we've played some 16 and a half minutes in this last term. Margin is 24, so it's a 4-goal game. One out of the ruck by Elms. He's tried hard today. As the ball is on the ground, shoved out of the way with Smith. He's been one of Mooroolbark's better players today. Now it's taken out of the rucks, or the contest, should I say. Goes forward. It's all over the place at the moment. That's number 53, Caulfield. And they've turned it over. So in the hands now of Hartman. Jed Hartman's had a reasonable game today, playing his first game for Mooroolbark. Mark is taken there by Smith. So Austin Smith switches it wide. All the time in the world over there for Giorgio. He's had his usual solid game today. Goes out wide, mark taken by Mackie. So the clock's against Mitcham now. 17 minutes played in this last term. And you can see Mooroolbark happy just to go back. They're in no rush to make anything happen. Mark is taken in the hands now of Noonan. He just chips it across. Mark is taken there by Keeling. Right across the other side of the grounds. They've just got to get up in their face, Mitcham, and try and force some turnovers here. They can't just hang back. Down Monkhurst, down the line. Mark taken over there by number 6. That is Fordham, of course, the late in for Mooroolbark. One of 4 late ins, in fact, as the kick goes inboard. Monkhurst starting to look a bit tired, but he's had a strong game today, Monkhurst. Starting to run out of puff, though. He puts it onto the right boot, slams it down the line, trying to find a target. And it's been taken. Beautiful mark over there. Superb stuff. It was taken by Dobie. And Dobie will go back and he will line up. He hasn't kicked a goal today. He got 1, in the first quarter, by my reckoning. So he'll go back and line up here his second.
I was going to say, I reckon that's close to the 20-plus marks in that chain. They've started all the way on our wing, on our side, and they've gone the full way round, come back in a couple of times, and then gone forward. They've done that extremely well, considering there's no real need to go forward. They can just chew up the time, and they did that, and now they found themselves inside 50.
Good point. Well, as Dobie comes in, he sends it on its way, waiting for the roar behind the goal. It's not going to come because it's going to be short. Mark almost taken there by Nicholas. Ball goes loose, and it's out of bounds, I think. So they managed to repel that attack.
Boundary.
Not over here as we go boundary side.
Yeah, Jake Branty has just limped off. He's had a bit of a chat with the medicos. He doesn't seem too distressed, but something I'll keep an eye on.
Okay, maybe precautionary with the game pretty much iced now as the ball goes up. Elms it was. He got the tap for Mitcham, but they're not going to get it out of there. Good strong tackle. And Lachlan it was who was wrapped up, so the umpire says we'll try it up again. Coming up to almost a 20-minute mark, so almost into time on. As the ball is knocked and then might be holding the ball. What does the umpire say? Yes, he has. He's paid it. So free kick to Mitcham. They can't muck around. They're going to have to go quickly. West. And again, just some inaccurate kicking. They've decided to go down the line, but that's poor, and it's easily cut off there by Keeling. And Mooroolbark, will rebound.
So they have a chance to go forward again, but they're happy just to run some time on the clock after every mark. The kick goes long towards a pack of players, and well marked there by the Mitcham defender. Did well and looks to switch it now. They've just got to take on the game at any opportunities. Probably too much to come back from, but if they can pinch a couple just to bring this margin back a bit, they'll feel a bit happy about themselves. Urin takes a mark one-handed. His kicks in front of his teammate. Couldn't quite mark it with horse he was and just ran out of the bounds. Kennedy running that over as we go to Paul Uconi in the score centre.
In Division 2, Burwood lead, East Burwood lead Knox by 36 points, 85 to 49.
Big win for East Burwood, who continue to impress as the kicks forward by Messenger almost falls into the hands of West here, who just snaps it on the left. How's the bounce? It's a good one. It's through, and they get a late one. 9-5-59. Trail Mooroolbark 12-5-77. 20 minutes gone in this last term. Probably needed that about 6 or 7 minutes ago.
Yeah. Is there still a pulse, Ryan?
I always like to keep the game open, but I think with the margin at the moment, with time, there won't be too much left. But if they kick one out of the middle straight away, they've got to kick one in the next minute.
A phrase you very often hear on free-to-air TV.
Yeah.
Goal a minute.
Goal a minute, yes. As we go to Paul Uconi around the grounds.
In third division, Waverley Blues lead Warrandyte by 82 points, 103 to 21.
Ooh.
So it's a Mitcham petition of the football, but they're at the wrong end of the ground. They need 3 goals in basically the blink of an eye. Out towards not Killing, it was McCardle. Now they come forward. They try and find Mark almost taken, but the ball is spilled. It's in dispute. Won by Mooroolbark, though. They've been good around the contest today. Put on the boot of Smith. He's been terrific. Gets a kick forward, and the markers take him. They're going to play him quickly, and he's missed it. Well,
still an important point.
Still an important point. Was that Ansaldi, I think, who had a snap? Hocking it was, sorry, who had a snap. Probably should have put that through as we go back to the school centre with Paul.
In Premier Division, Blackburn lead Vermont by 6 points, 65 to 59. Noble Park lead South Croydon by 59 points, 119 to 60. And Bowen lead Doncaster East by 25 points, 104 to 79.
Boundary.
And boundary side to Jared Beanland.
Yeah, Jake Branty's just gone back onto the ground, so no real concerns there for Mitcham fans.
Good news from Mitcham. Very important play. We saw how it affected them last year when he wasn't on the ground for the first half of the year. Been another important player today, probably been their best, kicking 4. As the ball's brought back into play, the tap out. Beach just a smart tap onto Barton Smith, who hits his target in Horsey. Goes inbound. Urin. Slows it down. Not long left in this last term. Goes down the line. Almost taken by the mark, but at the bottom of the pack was McManus, who got it off to his teammate. And the kick down the line. Finds his hands into Hocking. Running onto it now. Smith did well to run onto that, and his kick forward may work out because the bounce favours his teammate in Jordan, who just shrugs past a couple, and the kick's a poor one, though. It's turned over as Mitcham transition from the back line, but the mark wasn't taken, and a kick off the ground just straight towards the boundary line. What will the umpire pay? Not deliberate. Mark Parente really wanted that.
I mean, the precedent was
well into space. What do you reckon?
I mean, the precedent was set earlier in the game.
I think that's what he was saying. He was pointing to the other side of the field to say it happened before, but yeah.
So as the ball's brought back into play, and we'll get another ball up here, unless the umpire pays anything else. 23 minutes, approaching 24 minutes gone in this final term. Mooroolbark 12-6-78, Mitcham 9-5-59. They've been challenged, but they've responded every time, the Mustangs. And they go to 11 wins in a row this season, 15 in a row, including last year's end-of-year run. The handball out. Almost looked to be caught high there from May. Cherry's tackled, and the fans behind the fence really want a late one to Mooroolbark. They've been vocal all afternoon, and I should be very happy with how the club's going. They're absolutely flying. So another ball up again, inside 50 for the Mustangs.
So umpire throws it up. Game in its final stages now, with Mooroolbark having wrapped this one up well and truly. But Mitcham had their moments early. Ball in dispute on the grounds, and that'll be a ball up. Umpire won't hang around too long. There was no chance of it coming out of there. So nearly 25 minutes gone. Margin is at 19 points. Back to the drawing board for the Mitcham side, but they've been good in patches today, as we said, as the ball goes out of the ruck. Barton Smith gets the ball out wide. They go down the line. Can they find a lane? Huge jump over there. It would have been the mark of the day if it had happened, but probably a bit unrealistic in the end. Slammed forward by Bedows. Down the wing. It's going to come back, though. Mitcham will rove it, and they'll come back into the inside 50. Down the line, it's not a great kick. The little handball inside, and there's the whistle, the siren, should I say. And Mooroolbark have got the chocolates today. They've taken this one out. It was a good contest early, but in the end, the class of the Mooroolbark side just shining through a little bit too much. And in the end, they've taken the game 12-6-78 to 9-5-59.
Yeah, it's been an interesting one. Mitcham certainly challenged it multiple times during the day, especially that coming into three-quarter time. We really thought they were coming, and with Mooroolbark with 2 on the bench, they've done an extremely good job to be able to hold on and kick away even.
No, they have done, and we probably haven't spoken about it as much as what I would have thought, but the momentum throughout the day, I think Mooroolbark had bits and pieces, and then Mitcham, they teased us all day, and then the last quarter was really all Mooroolbark. When the game was on the line, they got it done, and I thought they played quite well and probably asserted themselves as why they are the top team in the league.
You're right, that's 11 in a row now, and as we go to a short break, and we'll be back soon, hopefully get an interview with the player or coach. It's the Evenell Eastlands match of the day, Mooroolbark Mitcham. Mooroolbark running away, 19-point winners.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
How would you like to be celebrated?
I think I'd like to be celebrated with lots of music, dancing, a bit of a party.
I'd like to be celebrated at the pub with a few frothies.
Maybe some colourful balloons, my favourite flowers. How about some glitter?
I'd like to be celebrated in space.
Outdoors, having all my family and friends together.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, they know that every life is unique and they think that every celebration should be too. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating life.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Running and jumping can be really painful for girls, especially in contact sport. Boob Armour supports your breasts, minimises the bounce and guards against impact and injury. Feel confident, feel supported, available at boobarmour.com.au.
EFL Saturday Game Day continues. Let's head back and go local for your footy.
Welcome back to Heights Reserve for the Eastland's match of the day. It's Mooroolbark 12-6-78, running away 19-point winners over Mitcham 9-5-59 in the first versus third battle. They remain undefeated now, 11 wins in a row, incredible form, and we will break into the game a bit, but we'll look at some of the awards that we're going to give out today. So we'll start off with the Eastland's Player of the Day, boys. Can we go past Jai Jordan? Is there anyone else, or should we do some votes? Will anyone willing to do a 3-2-1? If I put you on the spot there, I'm sorry.
I don't think anyone's prepared, but definitely Jordan for me. I think he was definitely the difference between the two sides as we go boundary side.
Got Jai Jordan alongside me. Another massive day for you, mate. What do you make of the performance from yourself?
Yeah, I think individually it was okay. I think I missed a few easy ones that I'll probably pencil in, but it was a good team effort by the boys, just, everyone playing their role.
And, you were involved with a bit of a shootout too with Jakey Parenti. You must have enjoyed having a bit of a shootout with him.
Yeah, I think he kicked 12 the other week, so I better be on my toes and try and chase him down by the end of the year.
And, Mitcham, they did put up a bit of a fight. What do you make of their pressure and, their movement as well? That was particularly impressive from the guys in the box.
Yeah, they gave us a really good showing that, that, as you said, their pressure. They've got good tools and good defenders across the ground. It was the same in round one. They stuck with us for 3 quarters, and our boys were just, too good in that last quarter, but they're definitely a solid team.
Guys in the box, do you have any questions?
Yeah, Jai, congrats on the win. Really impressive. A bit of a few changes, and especially without Mullet there, who does play in the midfield sometimes, but is a known goal kicker. It probably put a bit more pressure on you, so it was great to see you perform so well. What's it like just being, you're a predominant forward, but you have so many, the club has so many options to kick goals. How good is that for you that, if you don't perform, someone else is around you is going to kick, 3 or 4 and get you over the line? Yeah,
that's it. We try not to rely on any one individual. We're a collective 22 guys that go out there and play a role, and that's all that the coaches ask from us, really. As you probably saw last week, Braden Dobie popped up with 5 goals. You know, Mullet's a proven goal kicker, but we play a really selfless brand of footy, and you know, happy to put a guy in the best position to kick a goal. So it's the collective rather than any individual.
Joy, one of the hallmarks of your game today was the fact that they just kept coming back at you, Mitcham. Like we called, not exactly called it, but every time you got out sort of by a couple of goals, we thought you were away, but then Mitcham kept coming back at you. But you showed a lot of resilience in the end. You just kept battling, and in the end you finally broke them at the end.
Yeah, that's it. You know, as I said, they're a great team. They're going to keep coming at us. We knew coming into the game that it wasn't just going to be on our terms, and we copped a bit of a spray at 3/4 time. I think the coach was wanting us to have a bit more control with the ball and chip it around and maybe hold it off them for a little bit. So we responded and we played our brand of footy and we got the win in the end.
And just one final one, Jai. The fact now the club 11-0, really impressive, right on top, and you've set yourself up for the back end of the season. What's the vibe like at the club right now? How positive is it? You've got the women's playing now after the culture of the club seems pretty good. A lot of supporters come down to here. What's it like playing for this club with the way you're going?
Yeah, I think you mentioned culture. Culture starts with, Brett as the coach, Brett Lavers, and the coaching staff, all the way through to, the guys that we try and bring into the club. So we've recruited guys with good character who want to be around the club. I spent 3 years out of the game, and I love pulling the green and gold jumper on every week. Just a good bunch of guys that love playing footy together and hanging out together as well. So yeah, it's a great culture at the moment, and something I was really surprised by coming back in.
Thanks very much, Jai. You're the Eastland Player of the Day, so congrats on that, and well done by Josh Ward on the boundary line too. As we continue with the awards, I believe Kane Noonan is on the way for an interview soon. But before we touch on that, probably goal of the day. Are we giving it to Noonan for his impressive one in the third?
I think so, yeah. We'll give it to Kane and that goal in the third, Tim, absolutely. Yeah, I'll go with that.
Happy with that, boys?
Yeah, honourable mention to Paranti. He's goal on the boundary, so I thought honourable mention.
Yep.
So
Good call. Really well done. And we'll go boundary side now with Jared Beanland.
Yeah, so we got Kane Noonan down here. Played fantastic in the midfield. Noticed you push forward hard to kick up a couple of important goals there during the game. Is that a focus for the midfield to push forward?
Yeah, it always has been a focus. If you can play mid and get your hands on the footy, that's a plus. But if you can push forward and kick goals, that's a double plus. And that's something we pride ourselves on as a midfield. Obviously, we've got some firepower down there with Mullet and Jordan, but if us mids can help them out, it goes a long way to winning games of footy.
Do you have a preference, Kane? Do you prefer to play in the midfield?
Oh, sorry, he doesn't have a headset on. I'll give him. I'll give him your headset, mate.
Sorry,
right,
Kane.
we're good to go, Besto.
Sorry, Kane. I was just going to say, do you have a preference of where you play? Do you prefer to play in the midfield, or are you happy just to play wherever the coach wants you?
Yeah, I'll play wherever the coach wants me. If Brady wants to throw me around, sometimes I'll spit down onto a wing or roll forward for a little bit. But yeah, predominantly I'll play in the guts, mate. Yeah.
And just a few changes today, Kane, and Jet Hartman gets his first game. I thought he was really good down back, a lot of composure. Can you tell us a bit about him and his involvement in the club?
Yeah, so Jetty's been with us for a few weeks now. He's actually just an under-17, so it's actually really, really big for him to get his debut. And I thought he held his own pretty well today, and hopefully we can spend a few years with him and turn him into a regular senior player.
Kane, obviously you boys have had a very good start to the season. You're 11-0. At training and during the week, what's your main focus? Obviously on the scoreboard, and at the end of the day, you've been winning every single game. But what have you been looking forward to as a club in terms of improving and preparing yourself for finals?
Yeah, look, it's obviously been a different year this year. Coming off the back of COVID, it's been really hard to get the boys motivated. And to be honest with you, mate, we're really struggling to get players to come to training. And if you come down on a Tuesday night, it wouldn't look like we're 11-0. But when we are here, obviously, yeah, we just got to put in, and we probably stick to that sort of competitive sort of style drills and just doing all that contested work.
Obviously, you're good on the attacking side of today, and of course 12 goals to 9, and obviously the 4 goals for Jordan. But I thought your defence was fantastic today. The likes of Kennedy and one or two of the other defenders really stood up for you today, and they repelled most of the things that Mitcham threw at them.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Yeah, we've got a lot of big boys back there, like having Trent Giorgio, Shane Kennedy. We've just brought in Aaron Beddoes as well from a long stint on the sideline, so we're in pretty good shape back there.
Trent hardly ever plays a bad game. Does he ever play a bad game?
Nah, I don't think he knows how to, mate.
He was super today.
I know you probably can't answer it, but do you set your eyes on finals at all? Is there? I know with 11-0, you'll make it there, but can you afford to look that far into the future? Because at the moment, your club is just flying.
Yeah, it's a good question. It's hard not to look forward, but no, we're just trying to take it 1 week at a time, mate. To be honest with you, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves. So yeah, just 1 week at a time.
Absolutely. Thanks for that, Kane. Really appreciate your work, and good luck for the rest of the season.
No problem. Thanks, guys.
That was Kane Noonan. Really impressive in the midfield again, alongside guys like Smith. They really did play their role. Before we just break down into the game, before we close, we do have one more award to give away, the Workman of the Day, the 4 Workers Eastland. Do we have a name in mind who really fought hard from either side?
Jesse Smythe for me, probably.
Yep.
Jesse Smythe for me as well. I thought, in a team that didn't have as many shots on goal as what Mooroolbark did, I thought his forward pressure and sort of link-up play going inside forward 50 was really good.
Yeah, you're right. And a few times, I reckon, going forward, he had 2 or 3 to beat, and he did make a contest each time. That was probably just the way the game went, but he was dangerous around the ball. He's a big flyer. I think he kicked a pretty good crumbing goal early on in the game and looked to be one of the players that may get him over the line if they were. So really impressive there, and is overall, I think, a pretty decent effort by Mitcham. They lose the game by 3 goals in the end, but you can see the signs of their improvement, and you can see where they could beat Mooroolbark if they come across them in the final.
Yeah, definitely. Look, they were challengeable. Like, they were challenged there for 3 quarters. Like you could see, they just ran out of legs in the last quarter. But definitely, they were definitely in the contest. That's for sure. They just kept coming. Like, if they were down, they just always fight it back. And yeah, I'll be pretty happy if I was a Mitcham supporter for 3 quarters, and in the last quarter they just fell out of legs. So yeah, credit to them. They were really good.
And if we've got any scores, Paul, you're happy to jump on the mic when you can.
Yeah.
There's been a big day around the leagues.
So we've got a couple of full-time scores. In the Premier Division, Vermont went down to Blackburn. Blackburn got over Vermont by 10 points, 72 to 62. Some other Premier Division scores: Noble Park by 55 points over South Croydon, 129 to 74. Rowville 72 to 42 over Berwick. Norwood 89 to 43 over North Ringwood. Park Orchards, that's a full-time score. Park Orchards 94. They won by 48 points over Doncaster, 94-46, and Bowen by 19 points over Doncaster. Sorry, did I say Bowen? Bowen over Doncaster East by 19 points, 106 to 87. In a full-time score in Division 1, Wantirna South got up by 12 points, 86 to 74. In second division, Templestowe lead Oakley District by 110 points, 146 to 36. South Belgrave got the job done over Heathmont by 25 points, 63 to 38. Baronia lead Mulgrave by 16 points, 94 to 78, and East Burwood lead Knox by 43 points, 98 to 55. In third division, Donvale lead Whitehorse 121 to 54 by 57 points. Ferntree Gully won over Fair Park by 74 points, 122 to 58, and Waverley Blues lead Warrandyte by 69 points, 110 to 41. And in fourth division, Surrey Park lead by 117 points over Forest Hill, 145 to 28. Kilsyth lead Nunawading by 53 points, 92-39, and Sylvan lead Churnside Park by 124 points, 177 to 53.
So some very interesting results there. I can't go past the Vermont Blackburn one. That opens up the top 6 as they close the gap, Blackburn, and now it's within, I think, 2 points of Vermont in the top 6. So that top 6 is not wrapped up now, and we see Josh Ward celebrating behind us, the Surrey Park man, very happy with a big win over Forest Hill. And you may as well count Forest Hill out for a premiership this year. they're well and truly far behind the 8 ball and may not make final. So
I think to that Fair Park result was an interesting one because I think a lot of us picked Fair Park before the game, but they got absolutely flogged.
Yeah,
today.
64 points, 122 to 58.
So that definitely says something about Fentrico, doesn't it?
I think also the Waverley Blues Warrandyte game.
Yes.
I was not expecting that to be an absolute smashing. So
No, there's another one.
a couple of interesting games, but looking forward.
It is an interesting one, especially here as well. Mooroolbark, as we've said, go 11 straight, 12-6-78, defeating Mitcham 9-5-59. It's been a pleasure to be joined by all of you. Brett Beston in the commentary seat next to me.
It's been very enjoyable today, yeah.
Blake Tennant on the stats. Will Faulkner in special comments again.
Cheers, boys.
And Paul Uconi in the score centre. How'd you go today?
Yeah, good. It was good.
Yeah, that was good. And we got the boys behind us as well. Jared Beanland and Josh Ward had beautiful conditions out there, boys. Don't have the mic on you at the moment, but yeah, they lucked out up there. And just a late shout out to my mum. Happy birthday, Julie. It's her birthday.
Hey,
so
should we do a quick rendition?
No.
Happy birthday.
I just wanted to put myself into the position of favourite son at home. So hopefully she's listening. Otherwise, that went to waste. But we're going to wrap it up here for the EFNL Eastlands match of the day. It's Mooroolbark running away 19-point winners over the Mitcham Tigers.